Hey, nice to meet you, Jay.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Welcome. The stream is up. Just FYI. Welcome to Group 6 here, Session 1. Shout outs. Anybody? No. Okay, that's
Woot.
fine. Friday's group shouts literally like for 5 minutes. It's funny. Um, they're just like shouting. I'm like, okay, that's great.
Are they shouting anything in particular or just
They're
noises?
just saying group 5. They're like group 5, yeah, group 5. It's really funny.
Group
So
6, yeah!
I wonder if they'll
Yeah.
actually figure out
Woo!
there's no reason to why they're group 5 at all. But I don't know. We'll see. All right. Well, so I'm going to go ahead and go through a brief just of where you're currently at in position, right, where your character is, right? Session 1, kind of going through the brief prologue. So currently you're aboard a ship called the Striker. It's a transoceanic galleon that travels the world to transport cargo and people. Owned and chartered by the Farwater Company, based out of Alathan, the Striker is one of 2 sister vessels that are worthy of making journeys for upwards of an entire year before repairs are required. Captain Kilut Yan was hired on by the Farwater Company roughly a decade ago and has done well in his service. Crew and deckhands are hired from across the world and paid by the Farwater Company when the ship comes in for repairs in the Alathan port. The voyage across the oceans to new worlds has been tiresome and long, particularly for some of you that might have been aboard the ship and been a part of it for a considerable amount of time. Many of the passengers have been long haulers, while others only joined the last port a couple of weeks ago. Regardless of your reasons to board the Striker, it has been told that the Arthurian ports are closed. Captain Kilian is not pleased and has shown his disdain in the last few days. Traveling in the Forgotten Sea to the west of the Frosthorn, Captain Kilian has called a meeting with some of the passengers and crew about what to do next, and that meeting is supposed to happen in about half an hour. Now, some of just from hearsay, or at least some conversations with the crew, is that there is a Taltharian blockade. There's actual naval warships that are positioned on the mouths of the bay, Cedric Bay, which is where the Port Sea Lathan's at, and that is what's stopping transport in or out. Why that is, not sure. One of the things that is also being told is that in the actual port of Merlandar, so Uther, there are Temerian ships being transported and sailed, basically allowed to go in. Why that is, you're not sure, but there's a war going on down there in the far south. Could be something related to that. Snow and freezing rain howl in the far north of Arthuria. Deckhands using wooden mallets smash away at the ice to clear the deck, rigging and sails above you, currently at the middeck. Many of the passengers dare not go topside for too long, as the temperature is quite cold and frigid. The galley, located in the middeck, is quite packed with people that need ale and food to keep warm. Many others have resorted to their bunks and cabins to stay sheltered, and the sounds of the wooden mallets and clang from the kitchen nearby shunt the crashes of the waves against the hull of the wooden ship as it rocks back and forth in the rough, forgotten seas. So I'm going to go ahead and ping currently Forgotten Sea. So you're only a couple miles off the actual coastline currently. You're clinging to it. This is customary for ships, right? They want to use currents and other things, so they try to get close to land. However, the Frosthorn is filled with ice flows and icebergs and things that make particularly transporting through there dangerous. So you're kind of going at a speed. The wrecker is about half a mile to your south, and you're traversing kind of in a line as you're going on the coastline here. I'm going to go ahead and go and activate onto the mid deck. So it's the first kind of map change. So you should be able to kind of go in. Jay, you're obviously not going to see anything. It's probably going to pop up, be like, "Hey, where are you? Where's your token?" So
Cool.
just FYI. I'm going to go ahead and start playing some music here. Okay. So I've unpaused it at this point, so you should be able to move your tokens around. So since this obviously, first session, just get used to Foundry a little bit more. This is where, just proceeding, right, we're at 9:30 a.m. roughly, about half an hour is when this meeting has been called with you all, and as well as maybe some of the passengers as well as crew on the deck. It's customary at this point to make your way to the galley, to head towards the east of the actual map, so to your right side here, and just kind of move around, get accustomed to the movement, lighting, things like that. The actual cook has been in charge of the striker is Kukmimi. Kukmimi is someone that you have familiarity with, as you've gotten food and drink from them quite often. The rations and different things, and as far as like quantity and types of food, have been drastically reduced. Obviously, you've been at last port and you've resupplied, but it was projected that you'd be able to make a new port right at your home port and get resupplies of materials that are needed to repair the ship and maybe some longer storage goods. And just did not predict that this would happen. So, but there's plenty of ale, there's plenty of food, there's plenty of drink. That's not too big of an issue. If you need a refresher to open doors, you just click them.
Can I ask a question? How did you do that thing where you can move in multiple directions while moving? There's you can change directions on your movement thing.
Are you talking about creating a waypoint with the drag ruler? Or are you talking about just using your keyboard and moving?
I don't know.
So the drag ruler, when you're out of combat, that's what pops up when you try to select your token and you drag it. There's a hotkey to be able to create a waypoint for that. So you can actually move up and then down with waypoints. It's not actually too necessary with when you're out of combat. Generally, I say just use the keyboard because it's a little bit easier, the arrow keys on your keyboard to move, if you have them. Now, I do want to refresh that some of you are acquaintances. Not that you're necessarily friends here, but you have been on the ship for a period, and it's not many people are on here. Even though this is a transoceanic galleon and they do carry passengers, they make most of their money on cargo, which is what the bottom deck is full of, is cargo, as well as some bunks for the crew. So the mid deck is the only space for passengers. With that said, in a little bit of time as you make your way onto the tables, familiar person kind of comes out. This is Kukmimi. Kukmimi starts kind of rotating around at this point, looking to kind of serve and provide. Kukmimi is a dwarf, female dwarf with longer red hair as it comes down out of kind of a little bit of a hat that holds the hair a little back a little bit, but the stragglers come out. Has a fair face and complexion with greenish eyes and a little bit of a stout figure. Is wearing an apron over a white and blue cloth dress with some sturdy boots as it's swinging side to side. Kind of approaches, looks towards you.
Morning there, Mammy. Mammy, what's on the breakfast menu today?
Oh, it'll just be some porridge. That's all we really have right now, but it'll be fine. I've put in some special spices and herbs, and it'll be good. Is there anything particularly you would like?
You know, maybe you can spice it up with a little extra bilge rat. I do loves me my protein in the AM, and all you got no much use for them. Any in your traps? I'll gladly grub them down.
I think we've been through this before. We don't exactly like to cook the rats.
Yeah, you're just letting good protein go to waste.
Not very safe to put that in the rations. We appreciate it, Joe.
Oh, fair enough. Gotta try.
Going around. And for you? Towards you, Thea. Hold down space.
Spacebar.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That's not working. That's so sad.
Do you have the Discord? I know you have it up in your browser. Do you have the browser minimized? Because that might be causing it.
Yeah. Well, okay, 1 second. We'll come back to you, love. No worries. All right. And for you?
Yes, thank you so much for offering. I'll take whatever you have. But I was wondering, does the owl get any? And I just point on my shoulder to Snowy.
Well, I can definitely get Snowy some things. Maybe Joe has some of those rats you were saying in those traps he'd like to go gather up. We can make something
Thank
for
you kindly.
Snowy.
Oh, so Al can have some rats, but Dirty Joe don't get no rats? I see how it is.
That's up to you, Joe. I don't cook for everyone. Specifically, to
Well, shit, I got a hot plate under my bunk. You just sling some of them carcasses my way. I'll take care of the rest.
Also, I must say they get in a lot less trouble if a owl gets indigestion.
Well, it's not like they got medical insurance around here. You know, they ain't liable for anything that happens to my guts.
Well, you can always go down to below deck and get the rats yourself, Joe. I just making sure everyone
Sam might
stays
just
safe
do
and
that.
we don't have a disease outbreak on the ship. Almost home anyway. And for you, Regmore, would you like anything? Looks to you, Regmore.
If all we got is porridge this morning, I guess I'll take that.
All right, porridge it is. We'll get some bowls and anything to drink for you lot.
Oh, what do you have to drink?
We have some watered down ale and grog, and just water. That's pretty much
Just
it.
water will be fine.
All right, water. All right. Just walks away. Lets out a sigh and disappears into the kitchen. In a few moments. Returning, brings out a few bowls, begins to hand out the bowls to each of you, laying them down, as well as carrying a bucket, a metallic kind of pot in a way, and is just kind of slapping porridge in. There's definitely spices and other things mixed into it. And then walks out with a couple rusty mugs made of metal, and just kind of begins to lay them out and pours water for those that asked for it, and drink and other things. So Kukmimi is going around and doing this. Something rather strange begins to erupt at the stairs just behind to the west. In a way, it seems as though the very color of the air is slightly changing as a large gust of wind begins to push outwards. Coming out of it appears to be a very interesting individual. This individual resembles that of a half-elf that is wearing kind of like sailor's clothing and a mixture. It just doesn't have many very possessions, and a little bit of confusion is erupting over their face. And before they can interact or anything, their eyes open up, one of them pink, and just kind of goes wide for a split second, and kind of the eyes begin to roll back in their head, and there's a crack behind them opening them up with this black and the swirling vortex of energy around. And in a second, it's almost as if they're smacked by something. The eyes begin to blink wildly, and what was behind them in the crack ceases and closes, as well as the vivid imagery of different colors, and the wind effect stops right before two backs come out and plop along their feet. They do, they kind of roll down the staircase. Now, taken by this effect, this particular individual also falls to the knees and almost rolls down the staircase just by the force, but picks themselves up and looks oddly confused.
Cell makes a check to see what just happened.
Please make an Arcana check. You rolled from Snowy.
Oh,
You could roll from you can roll from because you have two tokens out. You just click yours, your actual token. 22. Okay, cool. So 22. It seems as though there was some teleportation that happened here with the crack It's almost as if there was a shift in planes.
Okay. I slowly back away.
See the passengers all looking at the tables, gasping. So they're kind of looking. You see Kukmimi holding the bucket. Oh my! What is going on? You see some of the passengers pick themselves up and begin to run up the stairs a little bit.
Oh, I seen this here before. He's got the stanky leg. Give him a half a pint of rum and smack his belly 3 times. He'll be right as rain.
I'll come down and grab my bags. I guess I got the calculations wrong. Excuse me for just landing here.
Kukmimi kind of walks up and, who are you? What's going on?
My name's Othala. I seem to have teleported onto this ship somehow. It might have been a mistake. I'm just a traveling mage. I guess I messed up on these coordinates and just ended up in the middle of the sea. Luckily, I landed on this boat here.
Well, shoot, man. Pull yourself up a chair. We ain't gonna bite. If you want to get you any rats for breakfast, you gotta get them yourself, though. They're mighty stingy about them around these parts.
You eat rats here?
Don't pay
when there ain't
attention.
nothing else but carbs, yeah.
Don't pay attention to Joe. Come here, please. Take a seat over here. Kind of ushers for a chair, like next to Regmore there at the table.
The next step he'll take, he'll like almost like throw up as like trying to regain his cognitive focus and just try to keep it in and keep.
Don't be sick in my galley, please. Runs back into the kitchen, grabs a bucket really fast. Yeah, Lace sits it down next to your feet. I imagine the court master's gonna be down here in a moment. Wondering this all passengers ran up for and all terrified. Everyone's all right, don't worry. Kukmimi's kind of holding up hands and turns around. Would you like something to drink? Water?
Please.
Runs back in the kitchen, grabs a pitcher and a mug and sets it down, pours it, and just sets the pitcher down of water at the table. Before we go into anything else, we'll go through our character descriptions at this point, since we're all currently here, and hopefully, Anna, everything's working just fine. I'm not sure, but maybe you'll be last in that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
There you are.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I just deleted Discord and reinstalled it.
Nice. Hey, that's the way to be.
The tried and true.
That is the tried and true method. I like it. Okay, so all we're gonna do is we're gonna go through like pronouns and just what your character looks like, maybe some details about them that stand out. We'll probably start off with Dirty Joe Buckweiler because they've been talking about rats this whole time. So curious, do you have a rat pet or something?
Do you guys? I'm not sure as to the proper protocol here. Am I supposed to introduce myself in character, or am I doing this all third person?
Just do third person. Yeah, we're just
okay.
going through about like what we're seeing. So what do we see when we look at you?
Well, Dirty Joe Buckwilder is about 5'11", 190 pounds. Just this kind of lean country boy. Grew up in the forests of Hardwin. His parents owned a successful sawmill. He spent most of his childhood and young adulthood outdoors, just trapping, hunting, killing, and cooking. He's always the most at home when there's no civilization around him whatsoever. And he's not a bad guy, but he's definitely lacking in a lot of social graces. Just for the fact that he is most at home. Surrounded by herds of wild pigs or elk or anything else that happens to be going by that he can shoot at.
Right on. Nice. Anything else?
Not in particular at this point. Nothing comes to mind. Is there anything else you're fishing for?
No, I think it's good. That works for me.
All right.
Regmore.
So Regmore stands about 4'3", male dwarf, fairly rotund, robust in general proportionate size. Always, if he's not, anytime he can, always has a plate of food somewhere among him. Always carries a large or bag of spices on his waist wherever he goes. Uh, he's training to be a cook or a chef, always trying to dabble in different spices, seasoning different food. Uh, has what? Oh, where'd I have this? So red hair. His hair does braid down into a long braid from his hair, mid shoulder, mid chest, and a fairly large mustache that obscures most of his mouth.
Nice, I like it. Awesome.
Just the fact that you're carrying so many spices, I think Dirty Joe is going to be your best friend throughout this particular adventure.
So many spices.
So many ways to season a rat.
So many ways. Regmore, is there anything else about your character you'd like us to know?
Not that's coming to mind.
Okay, no worries. All right, and we'll go to Zell.
Is this just what they know, or like what I want them to know, stuff like that, or should I
Yeah,
give
this is
them all?
this is what you want them to know. It could be simply just the appearance of your character, pronouns, right? So how would they, if they mention you, it's your time to share with what you want.
Yeah, so Les, or Lesithus is his full name, but he just goes by Les. He is a UNT, but I mean, you guys kind of all figured that out. He's not the best at hiding it. I mean, from normal people, I mean, you guys aren't like all exactly normal, so you could kind of tell, but like most of the sailors and stuff, they haven't put together. They're just like, he's just a normal person, but he's a UNT. Um, he stands around 5'11". He's on the thinner side. He has kind of like this well-kept blonde hair. He has a pride in his appearance. He kind of needs to always be presentable. Um, he kind of walks around with this combination of a bit of fascination with basically everything around him, mixed with a bit of like, no, that's kind of disgusting. But yeah, he also has a he's also really interested in magic. So basically, the second I mean, he backed up for like self-preservation, but basically, the second he figured out that the other guy was a wizard, he started like kind of leaning forwards, trying to get a look at his spell book, just like, yeah, let me see that thing. Um, Besides that, he's from a merchant family, so he's definitely not obsessed with gold, but he likes it a lot. Like,
Sure.
throw a few coins this way, he'll be your friend.
So you said your name was what?
Lesithus. Or Lesithus.
Lesithus. How would you? Do you want to go by Zell or that?
Or, have I misspelled his name? I don't know whether I've gone by. I don't know if originally it was Les or Zell. I think
We have you.
I
I
rolled.
have you at Zell through everything. So
You know what? We're swapping the Z and the L. I mean the Z. So, oh,
you
yes.
you you want to go
Yeah.
by Les
Let's just go with by Zelithus. That honestly sounds better. And I
Zell?
think it was. Yeah, I think it sounds better, and I think I did it on accident, but it sounds better. So yes, it is now
Okay.
Zelithus.
Okay, just want to clarify. And then you have Snowy, right? So you have an owl. What's this owl look like?
Yes, yes. He kind of is just always on my soldier. He's kind of like a snowy owl, kind of like the one from Harry Potter. Um, he's kind of just always on my shoulder, kind of accentuating the points I make. So like, when I'm talking, he'll kind of be nodding his head the whole time, like almost as if he's trying to help me out here. And like he almost blends into the background in a way. Like he doesn't really make himself noticeable. Like somehow I would just walk around with an owl, and people just look at me. And they're like, "Yeah, that's totally normal." I don't know, like and he kind of, yeah, he just has a habit of kind of just appearing like without
Gotcha.
people noticing him.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. We'll go to Othala then, since you made your appearance here.
Okay. Um, you'll see like this slender but like tall half elf. He still resembles mostly his elven features, so his human side doesn't really show up as much. He has like really pale skin, white hair. Um, he has a chromia, so he has a cyan eye in the right and a pink eye on the left. Um, he looks about in his mid 20s, about like 25, 26. Having like a single earring and a scar on the left side of his face in the shape of a crescent moon. He's holding only one book on his side. He has like a pouch that's like strapped around his waist holding his book. The bag he contains is just one book bag and one pouch connected to it. Um, just seemingly confused at the moment.
Okay, awesome. And then last but not least, Thea.
Great. Thea is elf, female, uh, on the shorter side, about 5'3" to 5'4". Um, her hair and her skin kind of are the same color, so she has very like tanned blonde hair and tanned skin. Um, she's pretty quiet, but does like interact socially with the other people on board the ship. Um, you've seen her crack a smile on occasion. Um, she does spend a lot of time making sure the people who go down into the hold come back with exactly what they went down with. Um, and yeah, she mostly keeps to herself and watches what everyone else is.
Okay, cool.
Um,
Anything else?
Um, you know that she has a short sword strapped to her back, but that is the only weapon that you do see.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get to. So there's a reason why I said last but not least. So this particular character, you have had very little conversations with, if anything at all. This particular character has been a long hauler upon this ship, and is not even really an acquaintance. David, how do you want your character as far as a name? What are we calling?
The crew would know him as Ezekiel.
Ezekiel. Okay. So Ezekiel, go ahead and you can describe what they're seeing, right?
Yeah. So you would see Ezekiel throughout your time on the ship, being relatively helpful with the crew. Is not very talkative. You might have heard just basic yes, no over there. But Ezekiel stays consistently dressed in straps of leather and different splint armor, and he always has a hood up. And you've seen him have this massive that covers the entirety of his face, and even what looks like black gems that cover where his eyes would be. None of you would have seen his face at this point at any time of travel. In fact, it's kind of a mystery on the ship among the crew. People take bets of what he is. And other than that, Ezekiel mostly keeps himself, but he will help you if you need it. But he's not very social person.
Okay. Without anything else, we'll get back into the game here. So I'll go ahead and use some stuff up in a couple seconds after after you sit down, puck has been placed by your feet. There seems to be some boisterous kind of voices on top deck, and in seconds there seems to be trudging down. A particular character begins to come down onto the stairs here, and then immediately stops kind of towards the bottom. This particular character, everyone except for Othala here has had some experience with. This is the quartermaster. Rhubark is a tall and gruff human with darker skin, black curly hair fit into a tight, darker black and red covering. Jewelry sits on the ears, nose, and fingers. Wears a thick piece of black dire bear hide over the shoulders with a piece of leather armor, loose-fitting cloth trousers, and a torn white cloth blouse. Has a brown leather belt fit with a rapier pouch and various instruments. See the quartermaster's kind of coming down. Behind the quartermaster on the top deck are a couple of the crew. They're kind of like looking down underneath, right? Quartermaster coming down the staircase comes to a stop and stares and looks about, sees the galley, sees you, Othala. What is going on here? Who are you?
Uh, Pardon me for intruding. Didn't mean to enter your ship like this. Is where are we? Is there a place I could get off this ship and I could just get out of your hair or something?
No. Currently aboard the Striker.
Where
We're in the Forgotten Sea.
the
I
Forgotten
mean, you teleported
Sea.
on here, right? Why can't you
And
just
that would
teleport back off?
be what direction?
Were you saying this one teleported onto my ship?
I mean, that's what I saw.
Well, we're having a meeting with the captain. Should be relatively soon. Sniffs the air. You better come. Stay yourself to the cap. Maybe we'll make use of you on this boat.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Just leaves. Goes back upstairs.
Getting the furthest boat.
Well, don't worry about Quartermaster Rhubark. He's a little short and has a high temper, but he means well. Best to state your business to the captain. Keeler Yon's a nice person. Just state what happened. I think it'll be all right.
You think if I try to like give them like some coin or some items that they would at least let me off
Oh, well, I mean, you
without
could always
working?
pay the captain some passage. I'm sure that'll suffice. And I mean, Quartermaster's just always looking for a new hand to boss around and do some more rigging and tying and moving. And I mean, I don't think you're that kind of sort. You don't look it anyways, especially in the eyes. But
Yeah. I don't need to be wasting my time working.
Need a
for-
loan to afford the passage. Just, I got that for you.
Let's see if I got some of my. Actually, yeah. Let me just look through my items and see what I have. And I'll look through my things. I think I can cover this. I actually came with some gold.
well, it's something to talk to Quartermaster about. Is there anything else that you'd like before the meeting with the captain?
I'm feeling a bit queasy. I think I'm fine. Millie, right? Thank you.
Yeah. Kukmimi, yep. You're welcome. All right. Well, I'm gonna get back to the kitchen now, and you have a good time. Just holler if you need me. Spears in the kitchen, shuts the door.
Thanks for offering me a passage, by the way. You didn't have to do that.
It's a loan, not an offer to pay. Very, very different.
It was the thought that counts. I was looking at it more that way, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like, don't worry, I could write it up and everything. Yeah.
Oh, contracts. I like that. At least you're thorough. Good.
Man, why would you loan money to someone and not be thorough? It's just natural. I mean, you need to pay me back eventually. No, it was an attempt at
Anybody
a
that cackles like that, I learned in my travels, you never trust somebody like that. I'd be wary of that one if I was you.
Yes, I'm giving
Yeah.
you a weird look.
I like the rat guy a little bit better now.
I must say, like, deciding if someone's evil or not on their laugh is a bit, but okay. It's
Well, maybe I don't
understandable.
have the proper etiquette of them fancily trained city folk, but evil cackles, there's generally the people that give off them are the ones that have lost a few marbles along the way, live up in the hillsides with nothing but rags and old rat bones. And I love me some rats, don't get me wrong, but when all you got to talk to is rat bones, that's not a good sign.
Oh, well, that's quite an enlightening conversation. I
You talk
kind
to
of,
rat bones often.
I do not, sadly. It sounds like an experience, to say the least.
Good to know.
Yes. I kind of just start like leaning over and like trying to get a look at his spell book. You know,
Um,
Follows your spell look even out
yeah,
now, or so
you're
you're
gonna.
good?
I'm gonna stick my hand out and be like, just a little bit of space would be fine.
okay, okay.
Maybe later after I've gained a little more control on my body and my mind a little bit. Things seem a
Yes,
little
you're
bit hazy.
out of control.
Things feel kind of weird in this sense. Like, you ever had an outer, like not an outer body experience, more like you wake up and got pins and needles around your body. Like it feels a little weird. It's a sense like that, but more or less like it's in like my vision and also like my body at the same time. So
I see. Yes. Okay. Have an enjoyable evening then. Well, as enjoyable as it could be.
Hey, quick technical question.
Yeah.
Um, is there a setting somewhere I can toggle that lets me look at what the player names are if I hover over their icon? Because currently everything just says fresh.
Don't have player names currently enabled for the tokens, but if that's a request, I can make it so it's hoverable by anybody for all of you. That's totally fine.
yeah,
That'd be
I'm cool
nice.
with that.
Yeah. Take me a little bit here, but we'll go ahead and
No
get to
worries.
we'll get to the next kind of sequence here. So, um, there's this bell that begins to kind of go off. I'll give you an auditory there. So the ship's bell actually begins to kind of dwindle, kind of dinging back and forth. And you see some of the passengers down here kind of looking. A couple of them are actually standing up, going to top deck, and that's signaling that this meeting is supposed to take place. Then indeed, it is now 10 o'clock.
I start heading upstairs.
Is everyone heading upstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regmore's taking his porridge with him.
Okay. Okay. So it's
I'll
I can't levitate my
step up
sword.
to the newcomer and tap him on the shoulder and gesture to the stairs.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Like seriously, can I cast levitate on his forage so it brings it around easier, or is that something I can't do?
I mean, you got hands, don't you?
He's just going to rest the ball on his belly.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not getting in the way of that.
Okay. So you come to the top deck here of the striker. Top deck, you see that there are a couple of different crew members moving about. Part of my I don't try to populate maps too much with tokens if it's not necessary. So currently there is kind of shouting going on between people as the waves are crashing back and forth and the ship's rocking side to side. There's hail as well as some freezing rain that is pelting down upon the ship. The clouds are kind of overcasting, and the temperature itself is around 17 degrees Fahrenheit. The quartermaster Rhubark is at the helm currently. There's other crew kind of moving around, doing different stuff upon the ship. Of note of the top deck here, there's the stairs obviously leading up to it, or at least down to the mid deck. The captain's quarters is there. It's a double wooden door with a couple pocket windows, and it's kind of in a sunken down groove or a den area of the ship. It's very tradition for the stern of a galley to be kind of raised, right, and then the bow is slightly lower than that, but it's slightly more raised than the mid deck there, or at least the top deck and the middle part. So you're getting an idea when you come onto the deck that there is a lot of people working and shifting around. There's a lot of moving parts that is going around. And a lot of the people that are going to this meeting are kind of having to move and kind of navigate through. And as you make your way, you get to this double door right there, and that is where that meeting is supposed to be taking place. That is where the captain's quarters is. It's underneath kind of the stern of the boat. Quartermaster kind of sees you all kind of approaching. It just lets out a large kind of yell outwards.
Good to see you too, Rhubark. How are you hanging, my son?
Now do it good! Leans down over the large wooden railing. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and activate the captain's quarters here. As you all open the double wooden doors and kind of come in, as you shut down, or shut the actual double doors so you come into this place. And sitting on the kind of head of a table, that's slightly elongated and short, is the captain. The captain is an older human male. It's about 50 to 60 years old. Has graying, brown, short, wavy hair, fierce green eyes, and weathered features. His stubble is quite long, but never has a full beard. He wears a long black coat over a brown and golden leather vest. Underneath a dirtied white cloth blouse is tucked into black leather trousers and black leather boots. There is a matching belt, and that goes around the waist, holds the rapier and a few leather purses. There are two matching leather bandoliers around the shoulders as they come down. They have daggers and as well as instruments and tools. And there is usually a black leather-tie maritime hat about the head, but currently sitting just to the left of a large metallic pitcher and a goblet that is full of ale. It's just swashing it back and forth. And there's a large map at the forefront there in front, and a dagger struck into the map to kind of hold it to the table as things are moving side to side and things are swaying. And there's like a lantern above, right, hanging by a rope, and that's moving up and around. The captain's quarter is quite quaint, at least in this particular area. There's a small study in the southeastern corner, books, scrolls, maps. There's another single wooden door in the northern wall, and that leads into kind of a section-off portion, probably where kind of the captain sleeps and has the wardrobe and whatnot. And there's another wooden door on the stern, two kind of windows that are somewhat glazed, and that actually goes to an overhang or a balcony over the stern. As you come in, the captain doesn't really say anything, just kind of motions like this with his hand to tell you to come to the table. Other people begin to kind of filter in around as you all take seats here at this table. Wine? Anybody want some wine? Or ale?
Yeah, I'll take a drink. All the above, you don't mind.
All right. Okay. Stands up, kind of shifts around, mixtures different things, and grabs a couple from the study underneath a couple of drawers, and grabs a bottle of wine, grabs a pitcher of ale, and begins to kind of pour whoever wants anything, and then sits back down at the table. As soon as sits back down, kind of falls back into the chair a little bit, pulls himself upright, folds the hands together. Well, you'll probably be wondering why I called you all here. We have a serious problem. We cannot get into Alathan. That is for sure. The Taltharian fleet has decided they're going to blockade it. They're stopping anything from going in and out. Now, we can attempt to work our way through on the channel and meet this blockade and reason with them and try to go through. Or, it's what I've been thinking about as I've been charting course right here on this map. Looking at the channels and how much longer it would take and see if we can make a journey like that. We can try to head all the way to the far south and hook around around the Isle of Bure. Get into Uther Bay towards Melandar. Thoughts, opinions?
Do we know why?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you know why they're blockading the bay?
I really do not. From the last port we're at, from some people talking, it has to do with stopping anything from getting out rather than getting in. And so I'm hopeful that maybe if we just front this blockade, we can say, hey, can we go through? We've been at sea for a long time. We're running low on supplies that are needed to repair the ship, so things that we couldn't get anywhere else in the world. only getting our home port there. I'm hoping we can have an actual conversation with them. But that's all I know. I mean, who knows? They might just fire on sight. I'm not sure.
Are we sure that we want to get there? I mean, I am aware the ship needs fixing, but if they're blockading it, there could be like a disease there or something.
A disease? Well, don't say disease on a boat. Have you ever? You just don't say something like that.
I'm just saying, if they're blockading off a port city, there's something there that shouldn't be coming out.
All right. Well, anybody else?
Well, first off, given the choice between not disease and disease, I vote not disease. But
I agree
that's
with
all
him.
hearsay.
Stop. Just stop talking about disease. All right. Do not say disease on a ship, especially when we
Ailment.
cannot make port.
I could detect disease. Would
No.
that help?
No, that's not gonna help anybody right now. Please.
I think you done said the word again.
I'm trying to help. I heard I had to work for it. I had to detect disease around
Who
the ship.
are you? What are you doing here? Points yours towards you, I thought.
So I kind of teleported here by accident, and I just want to get off the boat, man. Like, I'll pay. I have no problem paying. I don't know what I'm doing here, and I apologize for getting here or intruding on anything. I'll leave at the nearest dock. If I have to help you to get back there, I just want to get off this boat.
I think we have enough problems to worry about something like this. I mean, that's really weird, and I've never heard of something happening like that. But I gotta be quite frank, that's the least of my problems. So make yourself scarce. Don't try to cause any problems or any other trouble. You're raising your hand.
Yeah.
The one that said disease first.
Well, I was wondering, I mean, after him, of course, if we could get on a. Do we have any like other boats, like smaller, like lifeboats or anything like that?
Well, we do have some tenders. These are the sailing ships we can send out. I highly not recommend just sending them out willy-nilly, going any which way. That's
Well,
not
I,
ideal.
maybe we could get the opinion of the blockade to see what they think. I mean, they must have thought of some alternate place we could go if they blockade off our port.
Well, they'd probably tell us to go back wherever we made last port. Just go away from our theory, as far as they're concerned. They're the Talthars. They don't mess around.
Hold on, is there anybody they're friendly with? You know, anybody they rub elbows with, they can just let in and out at will?
What do you mean by that?
Well, like, I don't know, I figure different navies have different color sails. Are we hauling any kinds of special dyes or anything? We could just make ourselves up like somebody that can slip by without any kind of notice?
All right, that is a great suggestion. We could go in incognito disguise. I don't think we have anything like that, but that's something there. I don't know if that'll work though. That seems a little bit. I don't know what's the word for it. Noticeable.
We could
I
use
don't know.
prestidigitation on the sails.
I was just about to
What is that?
suggest that as well. Yeah.
You can change the color of any object. We could use that on the sails and change the colors. We can even add symbols if we needed to.
Cast magic
Yeah,
on
I can
sails.
help out. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Some of y'all some voodoo spellcaster types.
Downs
We
the
can
rest
use
of the
that.
goblet, pulls the pitcher back onto it, grabs the second drink, downs it again, slaps it down. We're resorting to magic now. Oh boy. Anybody else?
Well, the big question, though, if we go to the blockade, do we have the supplies to make the journey around?
We go far south. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If we
Well, that's-
don't, if we adjust course, do we still have the supplies to make port?
That's what I've been having a negotiations. What I've been looking. I'm taking a tally of supplies we have and how many days of travel it might be. The amount of knots that we're taking on.
I mean, we already down to just porridge. They not even letting me eat the rats. How much more can we spare?
All right. Well, anybody else?
If we do decide to go south, maybe we could send out one of the smaller ships to gather supplies and bring them back. Like, we send up ahead to buy supplies, bring them
Say
back
we
to the.
could lower the anchor, send out one of the ships and get supplies. Okay,
Yeah.
it's an option.
Or
I
we
don't know if we can get
keep
what we
going and make
need.
this.
The real issue with that, though, is that we need specific supplies out of Alathan or Melandar, hopefully some major port city that has what we need, so that we can. We also can't sail the ship any longer. We need to get it repaired. That's one of the problems. The ship can only be at sea for so long before it has to be docked up for an extended period.
And our cargo will be a sitting duck.
So basically, from what we understand, unless we come up with some plan, that we cannot go to Melander. Melander.
Well, I mean, Melandar is an option. We can definitely get there. As far as what I've written down here, what we're looking at. But is that will they just turn us around when we get there? That's the issue. As far as I'm concerned, what they're saying is that only Temerian ships are being allowed entry. Now, what kind of ships those are, I don't know.
Well, we got
I'm
one of
still
them fancy
voting
looking
magic.
glasses, right?
What was that?
So we got one of them fancy looking glasses, right? We could kind of sneak up on Nimbly Bimbly like, take a look at what kind of ships are going in without too much inspection. Hiding behind a rock, and then make up our sails to do whatever they look like, and then in we go. Whoop de doo.
I don't know how much sailing you've ever done, Joe, but you can't just really just park up a large galleon such as this and stare off from afar. Everything takes time.
Well, we do
Could
have this teleporting some bitch over here.
What do you mean, teleporting? Oh, you teleport the whole ship? That ain't gonna happen.
No, just the guy that showed up in the galley this morning. Why not he just go over
Um,
to one of the other ships?
Takes the other guy who downs it.
unfortunately, I think I could only teleport a person, and that's not that'd just be myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just like sneak up on one of the other ships, like take a gander at what their sails and shit look like. Then you come back here. We know what to do.
That long distance travel is sometimes let's say a mishap, and it doesn't really go according to plan. And I don't really like doing that all the time because clearly, look where I land.
Oh, my apologies. I don't really know the ins and outs of how this stuff works. Now just spitballing up in here.
I'm learning as well too. Yeah, clearly.
Cell is rather well educated. Would he have any idea what the ships look like that are allowed to pass through?
Unless you're currently at location and seeing this, I will allow you to do a flat intelligence check to get what the captain has said, maybe some word of mouth as well, and kind of understand what ships. Now, you're saying ships as far as like the type of Temerian ship?
Yes,
Like
the type of
Melandar?
ship they allow
Yeah.
to
So go ahead
pass
and
through,
roll.
yeah.
Go ahead and roll a flat intelligence check.
So that would be
Nice.
23.
23. So, given the state of conflict in the far south, stating there might be a war, Temeria in the world is known to have warships, and these particular warships have cannons. That's not the Taltharian ships that they're talking about for Cedric Bay that are blocking the port to or the entry into Alathan. They're talking about down far south of where Melandar currently is in that whole area there. That is what you can get off your intelligence check. Is that these type of ships could be those warships.
I'm going to assume here that we don't have cannons.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Yeah,
Is
cannons.
that the
So,
case?
so out of character, no ship really has. It's not like gunpowder, right? That's not. So these particular cannons are magical. They're arcane, and so if you were facing like a Taltharian ship, it would most likely be scorpions or ballista. They would actually be using still large like javelins and other sorts of siege things that you would know. You would see back in history before they had gunpowder. That's what weapons were on ships. So, currently, that's the state. So, Zal, I mean, you can share that with everyone else if you want. That's up to you. That's what you are able to find out.
Is there any type of I might make a separate check for this, but is there any type of kind of emergency flag we can put up? Like, some kind of we are running out of food, need to dock immediately, like thing we can put up to let them pass us
Well,
quickly?
when we so just out of character based on what your passive is, I mean you can understand that if what the captain has already recommended was just do we just run up on the blockade and we say, hey, we need to make port, telling them the situation, is that worth it? The concern though is that's going to add extra days onto potential travel if they say no, and those potential days, right? That would add too much time at that point. And they're basically stating that the Talthars, which is who are in charge of this blockade, are not those to mess with. And so maybe it's best just to stay completely away from that and not try to chance that. As far as putting a flag on a ship, right, and noting, right, I mean, obviously the color white is noted for any type of surrender or parlay. So.
I share what I know about the Temerian ship, but I don't
Okay.
add anything else.
Okay.
How much would I know about Temerian warships?
You know a lot. So you know that Temerian warships are constructed by the Republic. They're based out of Amran, which is on the bay there. That's a single bay of Temeria. There's only one entry, like one large bay. The rest is rocky coastlines of high elevation and footage. There are some vassal city-states before the Republic was formed. They had mechanisms to build their own ships, but they were conscripted to build these ships. And what these warships were built for was simply that, was to fight, was to go to war. They are 3 decks. The entire middle deck and the bottom deck have rows of cannons, usually carrying roughly 48 of them. And they're made to bombard from hundreds of feet away. Long distances.
I'll lean forward and look toward the captain. And I would strongly recommend we not continue heading south. We try to make port as soon as possible.
All right. Well, try our best. You see the captain just keeps downing more of the ale. At a little point in the conversation, as the captain's drinking and filling, and you give that warning, the ship's bell begins to ring a large amount back and forth, just over and over and over again. And there's shouting and different movement happening on top deck, more so than there was before. You see the captain pick himself up and just push past all of you at the table, open up the double doors, and leave.
Something funky going down.
Follow behind him.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
following?
That team too.
Yep.
Okay. So you go ahead.
Can I look at the map while everybody's leaving?
Sure. Which map are you looking at? The one that you had in front of them or one on the desk?
The one on the desk.
The one on the desk appears to be a map of Arthuria. And it seems to have some sort of chartering, and there's title. It's a kind of a title map as well as like a where the actual currents are at and things like that. And it seems to be like a navigator's tool.
All right, I'm gonna walk past it.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
So as you come out onto the top deck, when you come out here out of the captain's quarters, you see the captain has already kind of rounded the actual railing here, comes up to the quartermaster. The quartermaster is currently holding a kind of a spyglass as the captain now kind of grabs onto the helm to allow the quartermaster to have the spyglass full out looking. They're looking south, which is towards the right of the map. They're looking in the direction of the wrecker, which is about half a mile. You also notice that the sky itself is slightly darker at this point, and the temperature is still the same. The actual conditions of the hail and the freezing rain have slightly stopped, and there's a little bit of a stagnation. Even the rocking of the ship has somewhat kind of subsided. You see the quartermaster staring off the spyglass. They're whispering to each other and having words. Thea, you're close enough. I need you to roll a perception check. "25. As you're moving around, Joe, you're currently there along with. I'm looking at your passive perception, Joe. Go ahead and roll a perception as well.
Too
So,
dang foggy, I can't see shit.
Joe, with the sounds of shouting and the rigging, and as well as the quietness of the whispers, it's too difficult to hear them. Thea, what you can understand is they're talking about a disturbance upon the wrecker currently, and they're subjecting that the wrecker is currently in distress as it's being attacked by a kraken. You see, as they're whispering to each other back and forth, some of the crew are shifting and moving around, confused and concerned. Some are disappearing below deck as the quartermaster lowers the spyglass and continues to whisper. What do you do, Thea?
I'm going to ask the quartermaster what I should be doing because I'm employed by them. So
Looks in your direction. Immediately, the quartermaster and the captain stare directly into your face. "We're going to start sorting the ship. Get the ship! Turn!" You see the quartermaster begin to take the wheel and start jacking it left in the direction of, I'm not going to use starboard to port, so just to the left, so we don't have to describe that, but goes and begins to turn the ship, yells out directions to the rest of the crew as they begin to work the actual rigging and the sails beginning to turn. As they're staring off into the spyglass, now that you're seeing the ship turn, at this point, you all on the top deck can roll perception checks just to see in the direction. Joe and Thea, you don't need to retake the check. I'll go ahead and give you this information for free since you've done so and you're at the top area already. Okay, so you got a 12 from Ezekiel and 15 from Othala. 4 from Zell and a 16 from Regmore. So Zell, you're rather clueless right now. You don't really know what's happening from the shouting and commotion. It's too difficult to discern. Regmore with the 16 perception, as well as Othala with the 15, and then Ezekiel with the 12. You're able to now kind of stare off of the bow of the ship in the direction of south, kind of where they're all looking and catching wind that something might be afoot. As the ship is beginning to turn, you see in the distance of a half a mile very far away as swells and waves are picking up, and the actual ship of the wrecker, which is matching the same size as the ship you're currently on, is swaying side to side, and it's moving in this awkward positioning as it's almost being struck by something underneath the water. It's too difficult to tell exactly what that is. Now, Thea, as well as Joe, being on the top deck, Joe, you don't know particularly what was whispered of what is happening there, but you can see the same sights as the rest of them. They got successful perception checks. And then Thea, you know what's causing that. In addition to all of your perception checks besides Zell, there appears to be a black cloud beginning to form in the air above the wrecker in the actual skies. It's kind of starting from some sort of epicenter and it begins to kind of cackle outwards as this pink and purple lightning almost entraces in the clouds itself. And it's just forming in this large spherical presence.
Googly moogly, it's some kind of eldritch sea beastie. Everybody get ready, shoot him in his doodles.
At this point, after I hear that yell, can I send up Snowy to get a look at what's going on?
Okay, you send up Snowy to get a good look at what's going on. Go ahead and roll perception from Snowy.
Okay. I'm gonna try and remember to get his. Give me this time. So that's dang. Dang it. How do I select Snowy again? I had them earlier.
So Snowy currently isn't actually on, so you have to go into the 3 actors tab and drag it onto the map. Looks like it is there now, so go ahead and click Snowy, and then you should see that there is, once you click Snowy, there should be another bar that kind of pops up for Snowy there. So 6 perception check. Snowy is flying upwards, takes some time as it comes down, lands, looks towards you.
No, I don't know. It's looking really scary out there. Whoa.
Could I make a nature check to see if to determine if the cloud formation is a natural phenomenon or
Go ahead and roll.
anything?
Nature check. So as you're staring, you're looking in the direction. It does not appear to be natural as far as a view. Just telling passively, you can see that it's coming outwards, and now this purple and pink lightning is actually striking into the water, creating a lightning storm. And you can hear the cracking of the thunder now in the distance.
How far is the blockade?
You are a great many miles away from Cedric Bay currently.
Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work.
And wait, is this thing heading straight for us, like fast?
This thing is attacking currently the sister vessel, the Wrecker, which is a half a mile to your south. Regmore, please roll perception check after reaching the side of the boat. As well as Joe, since you're on the side there as well. Let's roll a flat d20. It's fine. I know what your modifiers are. Regmore, what is Joe? You're not taking the, again, you're not particularly looking over the side of the ship, right? You're just kind of on that side. You don't hear or see anything. Regmore, you're hearing the sound of thunking on this side of the boat. As you do, you kind of hear as almost there's something hitting into the wood of the actual ship. As you take some time to kind of look down and see what that is, there are 2 particular creatures that are currently, I'm going to do at negative elevation. So they're negative 30 feet. So once they're at 0, which is normal, that means they're on the top deck. Okay, there's a great many feet between the top deck and the water, and you see that they're grabbing. They're actually these kind of they have 4 arms and 2 legs and a tail, and they're currently grabbing with their actual nails and embedding into the wood, and they're climbing up onto the ship.
I'm gonna turn back and shout towards the captain and the rest of the crew on the deck. Or if we got boarders!
Okay. To this point,
We got some fresh meat for dinner tonight, boys!
To this point, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Wait, out of character here, like, how do I roll with my modifiers? Because I was just doing the /RD20 command.
You can actually click your token, and then you should see in skills, there is the abbreviation of perception, which you actually have I believe, check marked. So it's PRC, I believe, for the abbreviation in skills at the top down. You can also click it from your character sheet.
Is there a command for initiative as well?
Underneath utility, there should be roll initiative.
Ah.
All right, is everyone rolled up? Let me go ahead and see. Nice, everyone got their initiative rolled. Nice. All right, Follow, you're up, round 1. Now, you have just heard Regmore yell out, so again, you're not entirely sure. You just said borders. What that means is not known to you, really, right? You're just hearing that information.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know about these creatures. Right? But they called it out. They did, right?
Sorry, say that again?
So they called out the creatures, right?
They just called out there's borders, but that is the only information that you have. So you have to kind of work off of what information you're getting. Initiative isn't necessarily just like starting combat. It's just kind of putting you all into turns, so that way we can go through appropriate actions. So right now, Regmore has called out that there are borders, and you kind of need to interpret the information with what your character would, right? Like, am I going to go this way, that way? You don't necessarily know that those creatures are thumping into the wood. You're too far away, and your passive perception is too low.
Okay, so what I would do is I would snap my fingers and make my monkey appear in front of me.
Okay.
Um,
I'll go ahead and drag it out for you.
all right, cool. All right. And I'll look at it and I'll tell him to go fly over to one side while I go to the other. So he's gonna fly to down here.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he could fly. So I'll keep him flying above the ship over here while I move to the other side.
Okay. I'll put him at 20 feet in the air. I think that's appropriate. And then you start kind of making way for the other side. I'm going to go ahead and see movement. So if you get to the other side of where your position is, it'll be like 25 feet. So right now you've moved 20 feet. 25 there. So you have 5 feet left of movement.
I think I would just stay here and try to channel through my familiar's eyes during my next turn.
Okay. So before we get to that point, you are at the edge there, and so I'm just going to give you some information based on the fact that you're there and you're coming to the edge and your passive perception. So as you can see, there are two of creatures that are currently boarding on this particular side, thumping into the wood. They are 30 feet below you.
Okay. So I still have my action, right, to do. Okay.
All you've commanded your familiar to do is just to fly. That doesn't require anything, right? It's just flying over, unless you're attempting to have it do something.
No. I was just
through its
keeping
eyes,
it over there so I could have it. Yeah, so I could have like a visual look through it.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, I'll see this guy looking over here. My first reaction is to find something to throw.
Okay.
Is there anything around, like a loose hammer, like a piece of wood that I could just rip off the boat real quick?
There isn't much of anything except for the hoist, which is dangling kind of above you. It has a little bit of a hook and an eyelet. The rest is rope. There's a barrel that's to your left side. Currently, you only have 5 feet of movement left, so kind of moving and finding something is going to be difficult in the space.
Yeah. Okay, so if that's the case, then I would just look at this guy trying to climb up and then cast Toll the Dead on him.
Okay, go ahead and hover over which one you're targeting and press T, and then go ahead and click your spell. Alright, it is going to fail with a 4 as you do 5 points of necrotic damage. You see it's slightly bleeding from one of its ears, if it had one. It's almost like a fin that kind of comes out the side of the head. Now, getting a better representation, Othal and Regmore, as you're staring at these creatures, they appear to be almost like shark cartilages with some scales, and so they have kind of almost like a shark teeth mouth that's slightly flat, and you imagine the blood is coming from some place that they actually have hearing. Now kind of getting hit by that, it kind of shakes its head, looks up at you, and it snarls. It continues to move faster at this point.
Ugh. Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, we come to this one. This one's going to use a dash. As it does, it gets onto the top deck and lands with a large thunk. It's its action to dash as it stands up upright and it cracks its back, pulling out what appears to be a spear, almost like more like a harpoon, but it's still technically a spear as it's made of bone and it's rather crude. This figure doesn't wear any armor, it looks like, as it stretches up, begins to make a series of clicking sounds echoing from its jowls. Come to the captain. Captain Kilut Yan stretches, looks left and right. Get off the top deck! He kind of makes way for a couple of the passengers. He's now beginning to kind of push and move them off of the actual top deck as he gets to this point, shoving and moving some of them, grabs another one. Regmore, you're up.
So they're 30 feet below us, right?
Yeah, the 30 feet below the top deck.
I'm gonna lean over and throw a thorn whip at the one below me.
Okay, go ahead and hover over and press T, and then you should have Thorn in your spell list now. $11 is going to be a miss as you send it out, whipping downwards. It strikes, kind of moves its body to the left a little bit as a whip just kind of strikes into the boat.
Then I'm gonna move back slightly.
Okay, is that the end of your turn?
That it is.
All right, ending your turn. Another one thunks down, this time now on the actual bow of the ship. As it does, it lands down all fours. See two of the crew members that were actually practicing some of their swashbuckling a little bit on the kind of a lean time. Now kind of look and turn towards it as it does. It kind of rises itself up and stretches and looks towards the anchor mechanism, which sits on the bow of the ship. Come to the quartermaster, Rhubark. Quartermaster Rhubark is at the helm. It's actually going to be taking up its action as he's continuing to hold the wheel in the turn position with the sails somewhat adjusted. There are other crew on this deck that are maintaining the rigging as they're continuing to get the ship turned, headed for the land. Ending its turn, we now come to this one. This one is going to use its dash to get to this space. So that's its action and its movement. Comes onto the top deck and lands as it now turns and looks towards you, Joe, as it snarls and this kind of tongue kind of lashes outwards of its mouth. Ends its turn.
Oh, lordy, ain't you an ugly son of a bitch?
Another one on the bow of the ship. This one lurches and lunges down with its action and its movement. Ends its turn. Thea, you're up.
Great. I am going to sneak attack because he is in melee with Joe over
correct.
there. This guy.
Okay. Go ahead and attack first, and we'll see if it lands. We can click the attack.
With what am I going to attack with? Let's do my short bow.
All right, firing off an arrow. That's going to be an 8 as you as it flies. It lands just below to its left into the deck with a large thunk. It's not hit.
Okay. I'm gonna move back because I want to protect the quartermaster from anybody getting near him.
Okay.
Well, God bless you. You tried.
Anything else in your turn? Anything for your bonus at all?
I don't can attack again with my bonus.
No, you cannot attack again with your bonus, but you do have cutting action.
Does that do again? I don't.
You can use your bonus action to dash, disengage, or hide.
Yeah, no, I mean, I used 5 feet of my movement. I'm not really going to do anything. I'm not going to hide.
Okay.
I'm just going to be ready to protect the quartermaster.
Sounds good. All right, we're going to end your turn there. As we end your turn, we come to this one, which was hit by your Toll of the Deadothal. It lands now using its action and its movement. Kind of lunges, it does it, raise its spear, almost goes in to poke you and stab at you its next turn. Another one on the bow reveals itself, thunking down. 3 now are on the bow. Zell, you're up.
Okay. Is it possible for me to kind of try and get a look at them, see if there's any obvious weaknesses or something?
If you're looking for weaknesses of these creatures, there's particular features of classes that can gain that kind of information. If you're looking to just use your intelligence and base off of it, it would be a nature check at this point, because they seem to be humanoid creatures, and you're looking to see if they're natural. You could try an arcana, see if they're magical. It just depends on what information you're trying to get out of them, besides general weaknesses.
Okay, so can I roll Arcana for it then?
Yeah, if you're looking to see if they have a magical weakness, you can roll Arcana. That would be your action, though. So I will say that will take your action to do that.
Oh. Well, I'm going to, first of all, move here. So that way I get a bit closer to the... Yeah. Oh, I'm on a ruler. That explains it. Stop ruler. Okay. So I'm going to move here.
Okay.
So that way I kind of am closer to the exit. So I can, not exit, so I can go down into the below deck of the ship quickly. And I am going to... You know what? I'm going to cast... Do I have enough range to cast a mirror image on the guy that's getting attacked right now?
So mirror image is a self. It's for yourself. I do not believe you could use that on another creature. So it's just for you.
Yeah, it's looking real ugly up close. If you could just shoot him in the face real quick, that'd be real nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna help out with Thala because he's a wizard, and I can surmise from that he's probably a bit on the squishier side. So I'm just going to, just chill touch, this barely wounded one right next to Othala.
Okay. So go ahead and hover over, press T, and go ahead for chill touch.
That's a 10.
10 is going to be a miss as you send that out. I believe you have a range of 120 feet with that. So yeah, so you send it outwards. It hits into the hoist. There's actual cover in the way of a particular creature, right? So there's the large kind of mechanism that's there. And as you fire it off, 10 does not defeat the AC of this creature, and it slams into the hoist, kind of chipping away at some of the wood. Would you like to do anything else in your turn?
I can't really do anything for my bonus action, right? So
I don't believe anything for you is available for bonus yet.
Then yeah, I'll just stay here, and if it's anything else to do.
Okay. Do remind you do have your familiar out currently, so that has movement.
Yes, it does. It moves on its own initiative, which is at the bottom.
Yeah. All right. Joe, you're up.
Alright, I'm going to cast Ensnaring Strike on this ugly motherfucker right in front of me.
So in order to use Ensnaring Strike, you have to first hit them. So you have to actually hit them with an attack first, and then use Ensnaring Strike.
Okay. So I think I have it selected. I just click the longbow button.
You are currently in melee range to this target, so it'd be disadvantage if you attempted to use your longbow, because you're like right up next to him. You're like face to face with him. I do believe you have a short sword or a dagger available, so if you're looking to attack him at melee range, normally you can. Ensnaring Strike, I will kind of help you out with that particular spell. It does not have to be a ranged weapon. It could be any weapon attack.
I'm going to try and do that then.
Okay.
I think it's...
So go ahead and hover over which one you're trying to hit, which is the one in front of you, and press T.
That is what I was doing. Oh, T, that's the thing. Sorry.
T for target.
Got it.
And then you should be able to see your short sword in your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. 25 is going to land. You do a total of 6 points of piercing damage as you stab directly into its abdomen region. You notice there's a lot of cartilage, and you have to give more strength and shove it through. I'm going to go ahead and tack on 6 points of damage. You call Ensnaring Strike, so go ahead and click Ensnaring Strike now. All right, it is going to fail its strength saving throw with a DC of 12. It is currently now restrained, so we're going to apply that effect as the thorns and different things are uprooting themselves from the ship and grabbing on into its legs, restraining it. In addition to that, it will do damage at the start of each of its turns, so it doesn't do damage quite yet. And I will allow you to re-roll that D6. So you'll roll that basically at the start of its turn.
Okay, cool. How do bonus actions? Was that my bonus action? I don't actually.
Yeah. So the Ensnaring Strike is your bonus action. So you use your action and your bonus action. You have not used your movement. I will say that this creature, you are still in the range of this creature, even though it is restrained. It can take an attack of opportunity on you, but if it does so, it'll be at disadvantage.
Gotcha. How far can I move?
Your particular character can move 30 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna move back towards the center of the deck here, and I'm gonna call out to everybody else like, "This guy's down for the count for the time being. Focus fire, and the other guy helping or hitting our mate."
Okay. So as you run away, it is going to take the attack of opportunity, but it's a disadvantage. So it's going to swing away here. That's going to be a 10, which misses at disadvantage. So it comes in almost for a wild swing towards you as you run out of its threat range, stabbing into the deck. And that's going to be the end of your turn.
Cool.
All right, Ezekiel, you're up.
Wait, seeing the one ensnared and several other allies going over to that side, I actually am going to look towards the other side of the ship where it looks like people are massing towards the anchor and moving in that direction. So, 30 to get there. I will action dash to get here. And then action surge.
Okay.
And make an attack.
Okay. All right, first strike is going to be a 10, which is going to miss as you come in for a strike. It kind of gets out of the way of it, almost trying to pull its other appendages, its secondary arms, right, and kind of shoves it out of the way. You are muted. I can hear you.
I will bonus action offhand strike.
Okay. Nice. 22 is going to hit. So you come across as it's using its hands to take the advantage, coming up, down, directly into its shoulder. A large crunch. You do 9 points of bludgeoning damage to it. Kind of winces from the blow and is still up.
Okay, now on my turn.
All right, we now come to the two crew members here, one of which is actually going to move into the space of the flank. Is going to swing with advantage of its scimitar, taking the flank as it comes around its backside. This creature, 19, is going to hit. That does 5 points of slashing damage to it. It's going to end its turn. We come to the other one. This one's actually going to go here and is going to attempt to shove the creature off of the ship. We're going to go ahead and make a check for both of these here. And it is successful with a 19 versus a 15. You see as this one hits into the ship of the actual tender, it's going to be going down below that as it strikes into it and falls off of it, aimed for the water. It is going to disappear. In addition, you hear a splash, and then there's damage. That's going to be the end of that crew member's turn. Full action to dash and movement of this particular creature over here. So it's going to come and lurch and land itself onto the deck. It's now at 0. That's going to be the end of its turn. And now we come to your familiar Snowy.
I would like to send my. Let's see, how far can I get it? 30 feet would be what I'd like, as far as I'd like to go. Yeah, that wounded guy over there, I'm going to send Snowy over to him. And I'm going to try and use the help action to give people advantage next time they attack it. That's okay?
So if you ever going to go for a help, you need to be next to whatever ally you're attempting to help.
No, but can't you also use it to distract an enemy?
You can use it to distract an enemy, but you will be in its you'll be in its space to do that. So just FYI, if you're going to attempt to help on that way and try to use the owl to kind of block them and their sight line and things, just know that you'll put your owl in danger. You'll have to be within 5 feet of it.
But it doesn't need to stay there.
In order to do the help action to continue to distract, it has to be within 5 feet of the target, or as I usually do, 5 feet with an ally.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just send it over to. Yeah, I'll send it over to this guy, and I'll have it help him.
Okay, go ahead and move it. All right, so Ezekiel, you are being helped by Snowy the Owl.
And then can I have it fly 10 feet up, or does it need to stay there?
We can have it be 5 feet just to the back right, but it has to be relative, right? So we talk about roleplay what's happening. I mean, it's an owl, it's a little owl, and so what it's doing is really kind of swooping down and moving its wings and kind of going with its talons as far as kind of baiting the enemies, right? So it has to be within the actual range of whatever it is. So if it's helping Ezekiel, it can be behind Ezekiel and still coming out and going back. It's totally fine. Okay. So it can be outside of that threat.
Then I'll just keep it there. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we're going to end that turn. We're going to come to Othala. We're going to round 2, everyone. We got through first round of combat. We're also going to go ahead and change the... Yeah, we're good. change up the music here, start listening to the same thing over and over again. It plays, hopefully.
So I'm gonna roll initiative for my familiar because I didn't last turn.
Okay. I will
So-
state. So Zell, you made a mention to something, right? Because familiars have their initiative. I actually, in some of my ruling, if it's too complicated to have 2 separate initiatives, it's okay to do it on your initiative.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Good.
cool.
I leave it to your choice.
Yeah, that's usually how I play the familiars as well. Alright. So in that case, okay, I'm going to look at this fish creature in front of me, and I'm going to poke him right in the chest and cast Sapping Sting.
Okay. All right, Sapping Sting. That is going to be 3 points necrotic damage. Looks like a Constitution saving, so it's going to be a fail. So it does 3 points necrotic. As you kind of shove your kind of hand out towards, it is still kind of arranged within 30 feet, right? It's just more like an effect. You're kind of hitting into their chest, and you see this vibrant energy that strikes in. The creature kind of takes the blow, and there's these tendrils of necrosis sprouting.
He also
Yeah,
falls
get this,
prone.
some bitch.
What was that, Othala?
He also falls prone.
Okay. Trying to get
And then with that, I will. I try to move out of his space since he fell down. It's 15.
Even if it's prone, it can still take attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So it's going to do so at disadvantage as it takes its spear, being knocked prone from the sap. Goes in for a strike. 11 is going to be miss.
Nice. So that's 15. 20. I'm gonna step by the captain over here.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my familiar, 20 feet in the air. So my familiar is going to see the rogue trying to protect the quartermaster, and is going to follow up as well and go towards her.
Okay.
And the monkey's going to try to guide her.
Okay. It's going for help with the familiar.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. So Thea, you see this. You want to describe what this looks like?
Yeah, it's a tiny. You got a tiny little. It looks like a little capuchin monkey with it's all black with these kind of like raven that allow it to fly. So it's just a small monkey with wings that moves around, kind of mute. So he tries to sign all the time.
Okay. So Thea, you see this flying capuchin monkey just try to sign at you currently?
I'm gonna glance quickly at it, but I'm still keeping my eyes out, making sure nothing comes near the quartermaster, who is trying to valiantly turn the ship.
Okay. All right, so I thought we were going to end your turn.
Oh yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right, this one is going to come underneath the hoist as it does. It comes on all fours for a split second, picking itself up. Comes in for a spear strike towards you. So it comes in with the spear. That is going to be a 21, which is going to hit you. That does 2 points of piercing damage as it gets towards your left leg with a scrape. Then it is going to take a multi-attack, raising its jaw out towards, going in for a bite of your right shoulder. That is going to be a 5, which you're able to kind of get out of the way of it as it snaps down into the air. Ending its turn, we come to the captain. Captain is going to continue to move these passengers. I'm going to go ahead and showcase that they're getting off the deck, and then as well as moving some of these other ones into dashes. I'm just going to go ahead and move some of these passengers as they're kind of making way downstairs, and I'll put the captain here at the base of the stairwell as well. Captain is taking the time here to get people down off of the top deck, get them out of harm's way, and is doing so successfully. So it's going to be the end of the captain's turn. We will now come to Regmore.
He's going to fall back slightly.
Okay.
and throw a spike growth on the two at the back.
Okay. So spike growth is large.
Yes, I now see that.
And it kind of interprets that you have almost like an environment to do it, that you're uprooting from the ground with these little thorns and things. I would say that it's probably too large to do, unless you're attempting to make it kind of spawn more off ship and then have it be like slightly on the edge.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at it, casting it on right under the mast, or directly behind the one that's entangled.
Okay. So that, because it's difficult, because then you're kind of sprouting it almost off of the ship. So it's a 20-foot radius, and I imagine that if you did it, you could probably get the epicenter to be, I would say maybe like this square, right? So you can have the epicenter of this spell still beyond the ship. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can cast it at the center of the circle. Like, yeah, that's totally
Yeah,
fine. I think
please
that's-
don't hit me.
Yeah, that casting it where you're putting hits
Yeah, I think it's just too big of a spell,
Yeah.
because you can't cast it in the air behind them to make it so it doesn't hit the. Unless you're going to go far to the right, maybe. Yeah, that's a good template right there.
Yeah. But I was gonna move back, make sure I moved just enough out of the way, just at the perimeter of it.
Okay. Yeah, we can take that template there that David laid down. I think that's totally fine to say that. If you want that for the spike growth.
Yeah, I'm trying to take it off so that I can go back to my character to move them one space.
Off the
back.
template thing.
Yeah.
Right click instead of left click. I'll put concentrating, as spike growth is a concentrated spell.
Yep.
Okay. So as you do see the different kind of the growth begins to sprout, whereas little tiny thorns begin to penetrate out from the woodwork, and making the space quite hazardous. Anything else on your turn?
Did it go off?
Let's see. You should see the template here, right?
Yeah, I
you
see the
mix it.
template down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So spike growth doesn't have any immediate effect.
Yeah. It's just covers the ground in small growth or
Yeah.
hazardous terrain.
Mhm.
And then using bonus action to wild shape.
Okay. Do you remember how I showed you how to do it, or do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, I forgot how to
Okay.
go
I'll
into
do it
the
for you.
character.
Yeah, I got you. What do you want to do, brown bear or direwolf?
Direwolf.
Gotcha. Do you see Regmore channeling Alpha Wild Shape here? It seems to transform, ripping apart into a large wolf. Anything else in your turn, Regmore?
That is it.
All right, ending turn. We come to one of them on the bow. This one's going to turn, sees kind of the anchor mechanism, and then looks and then shakes head at the target in front of it. Goes in for a bite and a spear attack, both at advantage, flanking this particular crew member. That's going to be 13, which hits the crew member, 2 points of piercing damage, and then goes in for a bite. 8 is going to be a miss. End's turn. Comes to the quartermaster. Quartermaster still taking action to continue to turn the ship slowly as it goes, almost fully turned at this point. We'll now come to the one that is restrained in the actual ensnare. Is going to attempt a strength check here to get out of the ensnaring strike. That is going to be a failure, so it is still kind of in it. And doesn't seem to have any ranged weapons as it continues to pull with its action, has no movement, and just sits there. Nothing with the spike growth happens because it doesn't move. We'll come to another one of these creatures. This one is actually going to now sidestep about 5 feet, comes to here, and then is going to actually check the crew member. So seeing one of the crew members shove its friend off of the bow is going to do the same thing to one of the crew members at the bow of the ship. And is successful. See one of the crew members get just body checked off as it does. It just flies off of the bow, and this large splash and a crash of water kind of erupts from down below. All right, Thea, you're up.
I'm going to make a short bow attack against this guy right here. Actually, first I'm going to use my bonus action to do insightful fighting.
All right, so yeah, go for it.
And then I do a insight.
Okay, so bonus action, you make an insight check against a creature you can't see that is incapacitated, tested by a deception check. I'm gonna go ahead and do it here. All right, that is going to be a failure, so you have success.
So I'm going to do a short bow attack against him
Okay.
with sneak attack. If it hits.
Nice, 18 is gonna hit. Arrow strikes into the left shoulder, 9 points of piercing damage. Go ahead and do your sneak attack. An additional 6 points on the sneak as it shudders down, kind of penetrates into maybe kind of a gill mechanism or something underneath its shoulder, and it gets hit by it and begins to groan and kind of wheezing at this point, but it's still alive.
Okay, I'm going to use my movement and just go to the other side of the court.
Okay. Anything else in your turn?
And that's it. I used my bonus action and my action, so.
All right. It's going to end your turn there. We come to the one that is prone on the northern of the top deck here. Is going to take half its movement speed to stand up. And then it's going to be going 10 feet alongside its friend, looking towards Othala. It's going to go for a spear attack. It's going to be a 6 misses, and then a bite to follow up. Aim for your shoulder. 17 on the bite is going to land. Does 5 points of piercing damage to you, Othala, as it bites into your shoulder, kind of ripping into it a little bit before it lets go. It's going to be the end of its turn. All right, now we come to Zell.
Okay, so first of all, is it possible to get rid of Snowy in the turn order? Because I want him to go with me now. And
Yeah, I
didn't
can
know
remove it. Yep. There you go.
And also, I never did my foretelling rolls for the day.
So you
Sure,
can go
well,
ahead. You can retcon that if you want. That's fine.
Because I mean, yes. Okay, let's take. Oh wait, that's wrong. Fucking die. Okay. And it was Snowy. Yes, such a.
So you probably just roll the d20s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
A 3 and a 4. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, 3 and a 4.
That's right, that's not smart. Okay. Okay. So I am going to try to do a magic missile against the wounded one that is attacking Othala.
Okay.
So just find that. So okay, there we go. Spells. Magic missile. First level, yeah, cast spell.
Okay. So it's going to roll for one of the missiles. Obviously, you get more than one. So how I will do this is that you click the spell, but the next one you do not expel a spell slot. So you'll see the pop out window. You just have to uncheck the box, and you should be able to kind of fire your missiles away as you do get, I believe, 3 of them.
Consume spell slots now. Cast spell again.
Yep. Yeah, just throw them off so we get the dice roll out. You don't have to worry about.
Then spell going to the same person anyways, doesn't matter. Consume spell slot now, cast spell.
Watching all 3 of the same one. Okay. Another 4 points
And
of damage.
Near death, okay.
Yep. So you see all 3 kind of lasers kind of going in through. You see multiple puncture wounds. So you splash into its cartilageous flesh and outpours blue copper blood.
Okay. Then I'm going to have Snowy. Let's see. Oh, actually, I don't think I can go that far. Let's see, that's pretty dang far. Oh, maybe. Can I have Snowy go give? Well, I'm gonna do one last check. Let's see. So here to. There. Yeah, that's exactly 60 feet. I'm gonna have Snowy go give Othala help.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right, so you're flying away from Ezekiel, giving Othala help. Sounds good.
Yes. Oh, use your roller. Okay, come on.
If you have the ruler out, there's a if you press spacebar while you drag from the ruler from your token, it actually will move you. That's the native way to move for Foundry. So if you ever find yourself on the ruler, and you are like, oh, you don't have to switch back. No worry. All right, so with all you being helped by Snowy, would you like to do anything else in your turn, Zell?
No, I'm gonna stay here for now. Just make sure everyone gets
All right,
done.
Joe, you're up.
Hey, good shot, Zale. Alright, I'm gonna target this this guy that's near death here. I'm gonna hit him
Okay.
with my longbow.
All right, go ahead and
Finish
click.
him off.
Nice, 26. That's a big roll. Nice, 12 points of piercing damage. So you come straight through, and that kind of hits the large thunk. It flies back.
Don't you attack my
crashing
friend, you bastard!
to the boat.
Good job, Joey.
Nice.
So can I attack again for a bonus action? How do bonus actions actually work?
So you only have one attack currently on your attack action. For your bonus action as a particular ranger and what your subclass is, you could throw out one of your features, which is Slayer's Prey, which is kind of marking one particular target to do extra damage against if you hit.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, let's do that.
So just hover over and press T, and then you click from your features, Slayer's Prey. Okay.
Everybody hit that ugly sumbitch!
They're all ugly. Which one?
All right. So you
The
still have
one
your
that's hitting our friend Othala!
you still have your movement left, so you can move as well if you want.
No, I think I'm actually kind of in an optimal position right where I'm at. So I'm just gonna
Okay.
chill.
All right, Ezekiel, you're up.
Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and take an attack on the one next to me.
13 is going to land. You do 7 points of bludgeoning damage. You crush into its leg, shattering its complete left leg. As it does, it takes the blow, and it's barely alive at this point.
Okay, and then I will bonus action on arm strike.
Yep. Nice, 22. As you do see it kind of falling down to its knee, you take your fist and crush into its neck, straight into its actual throat. You pull it out, covered in bluish blood. It is dead.
And then I will step over its body and walk up to its friend here. And end my turn.
Remember, with some newfound resolve, comes up next to you. We got him! That goes in for a scimitar strike. See, it's a 19, which is going to land. Slashes against the chest. 2 points of damage from the crew member next to you. Ending turn. Come to the now. This one over here is actually going to climb over up on the railing, and it's going to take 10 feet of movement to go through your spike growth, as well as some damage from that. I will go ahead and roll the damage, so that way it's a little bit faster here. That is total 5 points of piercing damage. You see barely alive. It takes 10 feet of movement over the railing, getting punctured by it, and now is going to use its last bit of movement to go 20 feet here, and then another 5 kind of like hobbling itself upwards and it gets to this point and is going to take a strike at the quartermaster with its spear. Okay, quartermaster is going to get hit with a 17, but actually uses one of its features as a parry. Grabbing from the wheel, pulls out the rapier and takes the spear and shoves it down into the deck. As holding one with one hand on the wheel and the next with the rapier, and takes no damage from the strike.
Hell yeah, Rhubark.
Now
Stab
going
his
to be
ass.
a bite from this particular creature, reaching its kind of mouth up towards, is able to get out of the way of the bite, slashing down, ending turn. We now come to top of round 3 with Othala.
I'm going to. I'm gonna Toll the Dead on this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna Toll the guy in front of me. So,
Okay.
extend out my arms.
All right, it is going to fail with a 13. Takes 2 points of necrotic damage. You see slight blood trickling from some of the orifices of the face there, but is relatively unfazed.
And then I'll just have my. Is my owl 5 feet in the air or 5 feet above?
You were
this
5
wall?
feet. You were 5 feet in the
I mean,
actual.
the owl.
Yeah, so you had to drop down to help Thea, and then Thea moved. Now you do have flyby, so does not provoke opportunity attacks. It flies out of it.
Okay, so I'll rinse and repeat. Have it go back, fly, just keeping up with the giving her another help action.
Okay, so you're coming to Thea. Thea, you are helped for this action for your next attack. Okay.
Heal too.
Anything else on your turn?
Nah, that's the end of it.
All right. Come to this one in front of you. Othala is going to be going for a spear and a bite attack towards you. First strike is going to be a 22, which lands, stabbing directly.
I'm going to chrono shift that one.
Okay. We'll go ahead and reroll it. All right, 14 is the second roll. That is going to hit. I'll take the lesser of the damage.
Still hit, yeah.
Still hits after the coronal. As you see, it aims for your leg to stab directly through it, but you veer it off. So now it's just a kind of a slice against one of your legs. You are only dealt 4 points of damage from that strike, and then it is going to take its bite out towards your shoulder once more, kind of reaching outwards with its large jaws. 10 is going to be a miss, ending turn. Now come to the captain. Captain has successfully moved these people below deck and is now actually going to be charging forward alongside you, Othala there, running up, drawing the rapier out, goes in, had to use his action to help the rest of the actual passengers, the people on top deck getting down, so that's going to be end of its turn. And we come to Regmore, or currently is a direwolf.
Going to move up to the one in front of Athala.
Okay.
And bite.
All right, so hover over and press T, and then you should see that everything's changed for your character sheet now that we've wild changed. So you go for a bite. Remember, you do have pack tactics, so you have advantage on an attack roll against a creature if at least one of your allies is within 5 feet. So you'll have to manually do this advantage. So go ahead and hold down Alt, and then click your bite. .24 is going to land. It's going to bounce around, dodge you, grab into one of its legs. 9 points of piercing damage. 5. Put all the damage in, and then succeeds on its strength saving throw with a 21 against the DC of 13 to be knocked prone. So you bite into its leg, hit a rile for a little bit, and you pull out. Continues and maintains its composure.
That's it.
All right, ending turn. I'm gonna go ahead and roll D2. All right, looks towards you, Ezekiel. Comes in for a spear strike and then a bite. 7 is going to be missed with the spear. Comes in for the bite. That's a 14, which misses as well. And you're able to move and navigate out of the blows, and even parrying the spear down. No hit against you. Come to the quartermaster. Quartermaster has to take the action to continue to hold the helm, holds out the rapier, and takes the dodge if it could. So kind of sizing up the parry as best as they can. Rolling a strength check for the one that is still ensnared by you right now, Joe. It is going to break out of those restraints. No longer is it restrained. I'm actually going to have you, because we went through 2 rounds, so I forgot to do the damage. So go ahead and roll 2d6 for me, please. Nice. Okay, so we'll attack on 9 points. So that's how much damage you dealt when this creature was restrained, right? So should have been doing a d6 at the start of its turn, but slipped my mind there. So as it's now badly wounded from being that, it now takes its action to break out, and now is going to proceed to move through this difficult terrain as it's pulling itself along. We go ahead and roll the damage. Okay, you see as it continues to move, it's slowly bleeding profusely from its legs, falls down, continues to crawl, and then at some point topples down dead. Thea, you're up.
Yeah, get some.
I am going to basically like run around the quartermaster, like spin around him after I've stowed my short bow.
Okay.
And I'm pulling my short sword out as I spin around the quartermaster to attack this guy.
Okay, so go
Right
ahead and
next to him.
go ahead and hold down Alt for advantage as you're being helped by Othala's familiar. .22 is going to land 10 points of piercing damage. You stab directly up the ribs into what you imagine to be the heart cavity of this creature, pulling it out like a plunger, takes the blow and falls down upon the railing and slides dead.
Okay. And then yeah, I have what, like 10, 15 feet of movement left?
You have moved, I would say 15 feet right now, so you have 15 feet left.
Can I like vault over the landing and like jump down to here?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Get your passive, so you're good. Be able to do that, no problem.
And then I think I'm done.
All right,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
done.
turn. Zell, you're up.
Me. So I am going to move up here so that I can kind of get like a better view of what's going on both sides of the ship. I'm also now going to launch a chill touch against the guy that's attacking Athala.
Okay.
This chill touch.
13 is
13.
going to land. That does a total of 4 points of damage. It goes into the shoulder and tendrils begin to sprout.
I am also going to have my owl. Yeah, I'll have my owl stay with me. Anything else? Actually, you know what? Never mind. Can I have my owl kind of like go straight up and try and see if there's anything else coming to help them out, or if this is it?
Sure, that's fine. We'll go straight up 60 feet and just kind of continue to fly up. Sounds fine.
Yeah, and kind of just like check out the area, see if there's anything like
Yeah, you won't
fishy
get
going on.
you won't get any information readily now. I will have you roll a perception check from your owl though, and then on the next turn you'll get information from that perception check.
Okay, so owl perception check. There we go. 20.
Nat 20! Nice. Nat 20 of the group. Yeah. All right.
Nice. Group 6.
Okay. Group. Yeah, exactly. Group 6. Good job. All right. So Zell, anything else on your turn?
Yeah, no, I think that's all I can do for now. But I'm gonna. That's it.
All right, well, end your turn there. Joe, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna attack this guy that's attacking Othello again, and hopefully that kills him. Let's see.
All right, firing off the longbow here, 20 is going to land. You also did max damage with your die and add the Slayer, so 16 total points of damage as you go straight into the creature's center chest. You kind of move a little bit to the left with the arrow. Takes the blow, falls to the knees, and then topples over on its face. It's dead.
So for my bonus action, can I cast Cure Wounds on Othello?
Cure Wounds is an action.
Oh, sorry.
You can use your action to fire the longbow. I do not believe you have, let's see. Yeah, you do not have Healing Word, which would be a bonus action, so.
Fair enough. Oh well. I killed somebody. I'm happy.
Would you like to move at all?
I'm still around, just that guy on the bow. No, I'm just chilling.
Okay. You do have Slayer's. You do have Slayer's Spray still available. That is a bonus action. Since this target is dead, you can throw it onto something else. Its range is 90
that other
feet.
guy even in range?
Yeah, it is 80 feet away from you, so you are in range to use your Slayer's Spray.
Well, shoot. Might as well.
Make sure to hover over and press T, and then you can click it.
There it is. It's in spells?
Features.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, got the transfer over. Okay, we're gonna end your turn then. Ezekiel, you're up.
Attack the guy in front of me. Actually, I'll use the attack action, but try to shove him.
Okay, I'll do an opposing.
I'm gonna make his shove shaving throw a 4 with my predicting fortune rolls.
Okay, so you're gonna do that. Make it a 4. All right, go ahead and do your check. You have got modifier at 11. All right, so that's going to be a fail. So as you do, you just check them off the boat here. As you do, it's going to flies off. I'm going to go ahead and roll some damage. You disappear into the water.
I would like it to be a Spartan kick.
I Spartan kick him off. Yeah, as you do, it just flies off. And with that, we're going to go ahead and end combat.
Striker.
Hell yeah.
So as the combat kind of subsides here, going back to the sounds of what you're hearing, right? You have the actual thunder, that's kind of erupting these claps that are coming from now towards your south side. It begins to slightly have some different weather in this side, and you're seeing this black cloud emerge over the wrecker, and the wrecker is being wrapped around by a kraken. It's very visible at this point, and there's massive tentacles that are around the wrecker and the ship as it's kind of holding it down. As the bodies of these creatures lay around, the captain looks concerned. The quartermaster is kind of smiling a little bit that he saw some combat. The captain looks towards you all. We survived. What are these creatures?
Can I try to deduce?
Sure. Both of you can. If you want, you can help each other. You can roll separate nature checks.
I'm gonna help the other guy, so he can do it.
Okay.
Can I start looting bodies?
Yes, smart.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check, Thea.
Horrible.
Oh, that's horrible.
Okay, so we have a nature check from Athal with advantage being helped 13 by your companion here. As you're kind of associating these creatures, they seem to be aquatic humanoids. They are resembling that, again, like a shark. They seem to be creatures that you might find in warmer waters. Which poses the question of
Y'all
why-
ever had freshly baked shark pie?
poses
Can
the
I eat
question of why they are up here, as they are warmer water creatures. If you want to eat them, I guess that's up to you. That's all up to you. I'm not gonna tell you.
I'm just trying to get some fresh provisions for all the crew here. Like, we've been eating nothing but porridge for the last week.
Yeah, you
You
can
know,
make
like
a
if
survival.
you guys have ever had fresh caught shark, it's actually one of the most delicious things you'll ever experience. So I'm gonna see if I can get Mimi up here and we can start butchering these some bitches.
All right. So go ahead and roll a survival check. After I'll let you go down to the mid deck and fetch Mimi. So you go ahead and make a survival check there, Joe, and then Thea with a 7 investigation. As you begin to kind of thumb through the bodies, there is no material possessions upon these. They're not wearing armor. It seems they have like tattered bits of kind of like dried skin flesh, you know, like the actual like the fish scales, right? That they've kind of elaborated into kind of clothing of other creatures. This particular creature, it seems like you have seen this particular aquatic humanoid before that they're wearing, but it's definitely not them, right? It's not the same creature that they're wearing, like actual like the skin of. They have this kind of the spear, that's relatively a harpoon, but they don't have any coin. There's also no markers upon them. The thunder itself begins to emerge ever more so. Joe, you go below deck, 20 survival. I'm going to go ahead and grab Mimi at this point. So you're able to grab Mimi. You begin to take Mimi up here, rolling survival check. You start kind of working on it. The captain looks at you, disgusted. The cook, Mimi, as well. It's like, so you're now trying to clean this creature and grab some suitable meat off of them.
Y'all ever had shark fillets?
Do they look healthy aside from the fact that they're all dead? Like, do they look
They
thin?
look no, they look well fed. They look like they're suitable, and they also look like they're in kind of a condition to fight. They seem to have strong musculature about them. They're strong creatures of these particular ones.
Nice, some good protein on them.
As the clapping
And
begins to
would I have known that they're warm water creatures, or was that somebody else's check that I would have no idea?
with that investigation check of a 7, you couldn't figure that. We had a nature check from Othala and Zell. They both figured that out.
Okay.
I would like to do two things. First of all, is Snowy seeing anything? Like, is that Kraken coming towards us, or like the
Sure.
blockade?
I'm just about to get to that. So Snowy, after looking around, obviously you have the thunder clapping. Snowy hovering high into the air, it's about 120 feet or so, sees the Kraken is wrapped up, and has now seen that there is something emerging from the black cloud as it comes out of the epicenter of the cloud. As Snowy is urgently communicating you telepathically at this point.
Master!
Freaking out, comes flying and returning back to you, and begins to kind of motion for you to look towards the south, which is now the right side of the ship as you are fully turned. Remember, you were in the at this point you are going into the Frosthorn. These large, menacing icebergs and flows are filling the space, and so the quartermaster is having to stay there. Some of the crew have come top deck. Zell, hearing your familiar, you look in the direction now of the wrecker that is fully entraced and wrapped around about a quarter mile away. As you did make some distances, the ship was in distress, and so was not really kind of moving in the south direction. And as you stare off into this large cloud that's gotten to this massive point, as this purple and pink cackling lightning surrounds, there is a massive 160-foot red dragon that emerges from the cloud as it flies directly down, aimed towards the wrecker with its wings now outstretched. It flies headed for the ship. Sees the quartermaster holding the wheel, looking in that direction. The captain slowly turns in the direction as well, hearing the actual roar of the dragon as it kind of penetrates outwards. It sounds as if there is this penetrating scream in the air is vibrating the actual water around you in this loud, intimidating roar as it flies towards the wrecker.
That is the biggest trophy I've ever seen in my life. God as my witness, I will mount that some bitch in my bathroom. All speed ahead, let's kill that motherfucker.
I agree with you guys. And he probably has a shitload of gold on him, or like in his home. But it's a dragon. Maybe we should, go away from it.
Captain looks towards the quartermaster, and the quartermaster looks back at the captain. They both shake their heads as the captain looks out to everyone. Abandoned ship. Make way for the tenders. Crew with me. Quartermaster, turn us to south. As the wheel now is slowly turning and the crew begin to head the ship in the direction slightly towards the wreck or away from the iceberg and flows, you see the crew being pulled up by some of the passengers are being pulled up by some of the crew, and the tenders, these sailboat life rafts, are now being filled. As the captain looks to you all, thank you for fighting. It has been a pleasure. I appreciate. We will do what we can to distract the beast. Tenders will be small enough to get away as long as we put ourselves in harm's way. As he finishes that sentence, the passengers are being brought up. There is a large splashing sound from the water as a creature jumps out of the water and lands onto the ship 60 feet to the water as it lurched and launched itself like a dolphin out, flies and hits into the ship. As the ship is now being turned, the passengers stop by some of the crew, and they're looking upwards at the large thump. It stands holding a massive armor of bone. Humanoid skulls dangle from this armor, as it seems the slain or killed easily 60 individuals from the amount of bones that dangle upon a 14-foot frame of the same creature that you've been fighting in terms of its arms and legs. Its tail is twice as long as it dangles down. It slowly kind of slashes and turns. It raises a large harpoon with 3 prongs and stands upright, looking left and right. With a menacing voice, it speaks. Bring me those that are chosen. Captain looks confused.
Is that all you have to say?
Can I do an insight check?
In your direction, just kind of stretches and looks. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight. What are you inciting for?
Just general stuff, like nothing specific. Just like maybe he's like, I don't know anything at this point. This is a very
Yeah, I mean,
Do
you
anything-
can roll. Are you rolling insight based on like what the creature is presenting itself? Like what, like
yeah, like maybe is it hostile? Like
vibe?
can we
Vibe
fight it
checking?
even if
Sure, go ahead and roll
What?
insight. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight. You're looking for like a vibe check. It's a kind of a
Yeah, kind of.
That's what I call it. It's like the I don't know what to do vibe check. 17 insight. So this creature does appear to be hostile. It's posturing itself in a very aggressive manner. It is skilled in musculature, and its armor looks intimidating. You're not sure if this creature, as far as challenging in that sense, but it does mean hostility. However, with the 17 insight, it seems to be open to negotiation. It's waiting for an answer.
does it have ranged weapons?
It's not. You don't see anything, just the trident, which can be thrown, but
We'll slide forward. What do you want?
I'd like to use a bonus action to do insightful fighting, just in case this gets hairy.
okay. Go ahead and roll. Do a deception check. We won't have that be a combat maneuver. That's fine. Okay. Roll the net 20. Towards you. Those that are chosen, the bearers of stones. Kneel before, pledge your allegiance to my master and to I. Give me the stones, and you all be free. Your ship will survive, and you all live.
The chosen ones, you say, we dropped them off at the last port.
Don't think I'm a fool.
No need to insult you. This is a ship. We stop from port to port, and people get on and get off.
Go ahead and roll a deception check or persuasion, whichever one you'd like. That's right.
Nice.
Go.
Looks towards you, kneeling down. You can't be serious. He steps back 5 feet, looking left and right. Pity. This is a nice ship. turns around to dive off. Jumps off of the boat, splashing into the water, he disappears.
No way did that work.
I go up and pat him on the back.
Zeke, you're my new best friend.
Captain.
I take back what I said about all that creepy talk later.
It's all right.
See, now the passengers are being brought up. As large creatures disappeared into the water. Everyone seems to be loaded into the tenders at this point, into the actual life rafts, as the ship is now completely heading south at this point. In the distance, you see the red dragon as the time now passes by in some fashion. Again, minutes. This is all happening relatively quickly. And you see that this elder great worm, this red dragon, breathes flame of white and blue that breathes down upon the actual ship of the wrecker as the kraken completely submerges it into the water, hovering into the air. The captain looks to you all as most of the passengers are on the boats and lowered down into the water. Now is the time to escape. You have to get out of here.
Why don't we take the big ship and not the small ships?
Big ship's slow.
Big
Big
ship's
ship's
slow.
a big target.
And it's
But it also
huge.
costs a lot. The
We
big
will
ship.
not survive if we
Chinese
stay on this
board.
ship. The dragon will spot us. In the floes and the bergs, these tenders will stay hidden. You'll aim for Frosthorn Bay. There you will
Okay.
be safe. Before you go. Runs up to the tender. I'm going to go ahead and assume this is probably the one you're going to take, so I'm just going to go ahead and move over there and see the captain.
Yeah, I've already been getting it ready as he's been saying this.
Yeah. Captain Kiluyan pulls out a map. Here is a map of Arthuria. You'll need it. Who's taking it? Ezekiel? All right.
I'll
saw the
take
hand
it.
motion. I saw Ezekiel's hand motion first. Ezekiel takes the map. Hands
I'll
the
hold
map.
it, and if you want it, you can hold it. I don't care.
Or
Was that a shore? Did you say you wanted it?
yeah, sure.
All right.
I'll take it.
Okay. All right. So Thea, you take the map of Arthuria and draws a rapier down. This is a rapier that's been stowed down by my family. I suppose one of you should have it. It should serve you all well. Who wants it?
No, I'm not saying.
Sure. Sure. I don't have any.
Can you use a rapier?
I don't know. I
No.
don't think so.
No, you cannot.
Just doing a quick scan around and seeing how people have fought.
Nobody? I mean, if
Thea?
nobody else wants it, I'll take it.
Or Dirty Joe, can you guys use this?
Get the money evenly among all of us.
That would be either Joe or Thea would be the rapier.
Can
I mean,
just
I'm
pillage
pretty
your-
good with ranged combat. Thea, you need any short range
good with-
weapons?
with up close and personal. Give it to me.
Yeah, be my guest.
All right. Thea gets the rapier as well. So it hands it to you. It seems to have a golden silver kind of bracket over the side. There's some sort of, looks like a family sigil of the Yan family hit into the pommel. The wrapping is nice and exquisite. The blade seems to be decent and maybe even more so than just a normal weapon. As you all board the tender, getting onto the actual ship.
Before we get on the tender, could I ask him if he has any documentation or any documents or ledgers, books in his office or anything like that? That would be useful to us when we get off.
Well, you go. Charters and things. I mean, I don't think that's going to help you. Where you're
Peter,
headed.
Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there any reason why you can't come with us? Just lash the wheel with some rope and then hop on board? We'd be happy to have you. You've been nothing but good to us so far.
Ezekiel's lowering the tender down. We don't have time for this
I'm trying
discussion.
to usher people onto the life raft.
We are still turning the boat. The boat has to be successfully turned. At that point, we must steer it and cause a good enough distraction. We will stay with the ship. I appreciate it, but I've lived a long and healthy life. If you ever make yourselves into a Lathan, reach out to my wife named Martha.
I definitely will do that.
Appreciate it. Tell her I love her.
Martha Killet Yon, is that right?
Martha Yan. That's all you need to know. All right.
Much obliged, my friend.
Holler back to the group. You can stay here and die with him, or you can leave with me.
Yeah, I hop in the boat with Ezekiel.
Yahoo!
Yeah, I wanted to get off from the start. Let's go.
Hop in the tender. I'm going to go ahead and activate just the continent map here. As you are now off of the ship, lowered down, we're going to go ahead and fast track a little. So you get down into the tender, it lowers, splashes down to the water. You see there's mechanisms in there to hoist a sail. There's also benches, and the benches have hinges. And in there you see pelts and other sorts of hides to bundle yourself up with. There's also kind of rope and other things. Like it's almost like a survival kit, right? That you know, if you ever had to get off of the ship, so there's survival equipment that's particularly in there. And you know, so many of the tenders are fixing up the sails, getting them ready. It takes time, right? You got to pitch them up. You have oars there, so you can row, trying to get further away from the striker as you progress. And you see as the slow turn of the ship continues, now headed south in direction, the dragon kind of hovering, finishing off the wreckage. It kind of picks itself up into the flight and now begins to slightly turn in the direction of the striker. In seconds, you all begin to disappear into the flows and the icebergs as you begin to sail offwards, staying below the waves as the waves are coming through. You are low enough that the waves are actually creating the camouflage that you need for your ships. Slow progressing, you see the intimidating of the bay that's going to be opening up in the next day or so of your actual travels, and the cliff sides of this bay of ice and rock can get upwards of 300 to 500 feet, showcasing that this bay is not a bay that you would have a port on, and if there potentially is a way to get up, you're only going to find it the further you go. Many of these tenders are behind you at this point and going along with, and as you begin to set sail, aimed for safety, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be coming back at 6:46 p.m. PST. So if you are watching the stream, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good job, Group 6.
Group
Nice
6.
work. Nice work. All right. Well, we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
welcome back. If you're watching, thanks so much to Group 6. We're going to the second half of the session here. As the party finds themselves on a small kind of a life, like a raft, a ship, it's called a tender sailboat kind of thing, and is aimed going through ice floes and into the Frostworm Bay towards the most suitable piece of land they possibly can. And the bay, hopefully there is a way to get up to a place marked in the particular map known as Rhubark. It wasn't really mentioned what that is, but it's actually a settlement mentioned on the map that was provided by the captain. And I'm actually going to start us off with a map here. It's going to notice that it's dark out. The sun has set. It's about 10 o'clock, 9:30 at night or so. I'm going to go ahead and play some ambiance for you to kind of have what you're hearing and what's around you. Now, the tenders, those that are with you are kind of behind you in the distance, so slightly off map, and you're kind of just sailing. And you're just on there, and it hasn't been a day. You can short rest if you want, since you're on the boat. It's not necessary, but it has been a period of time throughout this day. So you can take a short rest if you want, and kind of chilling on the boat. This is where I usually kind of ask: is there anybody doing anything? Anybody talking to each other about the events that have just transpired?
Oh, wait, hold on. How do I take a short rest?
Go to
Is there a command
utility
for that?
and then short rest.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It said go to utility. Should be on your checks at the top of the screen, and then you can take a short rest. Like where you were selecting all your combat information from.
Yeah, that's now. I'm sorry. How do I bring that menu up again? It's now gone.
Click on your character.
Go ahead and we can do it from your character
there it
sheet.
is. Yes, you're right. Okay.
We can also do it from your character sheet as well, because you'll have to manually roll the hit dice.
Got it.
Which
Thank you for your
sometimes
patience, y'all.
sometimes it's a little bit easier to do the short rest from the character sheet, because you can actually see the hit dice that are there. So if you do it from your character sheet, Mikey, you should see a little bed at the top left of your character sheet. And in that bed are two different hourglasses. One is kind of half, and the other one's like a full one. So you can do it from your character sheet there.
Wait, hold on a second. How do I get to my character sheet?
Double click your token is the fastest way to get to it.
Ooh. Okay. I'm relearning how to use this program.
Yeah, so you've taken the short rest, so it's refreshed whatever you had that was short rest. And then you can see that there's hit die. It says 3 out of 3, so kind of tells you, hey, you can roll these for some health if you need it. Currently, you're at full health, so you don't need to roll any hit die. But you did take a short rest, so if you had any features or spells or anything that got back, you might get them back. I don't think you have anything.
It seems like I'm all topped up.
Yeah, you didn't take any damage. You're just kicking ass.
Dirty Joe's a resilient motherfucker.
Does anybody else need any help with doing short resting or whatever? I'd let you tack on your own health as you roll your dice. So
I just wanted to ask Orthala if they minded, or Othala, not Orthala, if they minded if I took a look at their spell book to see if there's anything I was missing and I could copy it into my own. Or...
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant. We're gonna have to trade books. I gotta hold your book if you're gonna look at my book.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's fine. We're both working together. I mean, we should both benefit. I'm totally fine with that.
Okay. At the same time, I'll just reach over, and grab the book.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think to copy them, we need to be holding them, but we can kind of put them both in the center, kind of look at one and then copy something to the other. Then,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
okay.
Do that.
Parchment as well.
So it's going to take, obviously, it takes time, right, to copy spells over. And there's a certain amount of time it takes per the spell level, right? So this journey is a great long one. So obviously you travel most of the day, so there's plenty of time to start copying that over, and even into even a long rest. I would probably say if instead of blindly copying them over, you can always come up to consensus of like, hey, I have this spell, and kind of role play maybe that out of like why this spell is good or something like that.
Okay then, Othala,
Yeah,
what
that's
do
why I
you got?
wanted to know what you got. Yeah, I wanted to see what type of spells you would have.
Okay, so me first then. I have Find Familiar, Featherfall, Shield, Magic Missile, and Detect Magic as my first levels. Then, as my stronger spells, I have Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, Invisibility, Misty Step, Mirror Image, and Levitate.
Hmm.
Anything there you were missing?
I'm pretty interested in that Earth and Grasp, if anything. I pretty much have sort of the similar arsenal. I can I can offer a catapult, pulse sphere, um, a vortex warp. Um, and this is a question for you, DM. Would I be able to, since I get these off my features, my traits, these extra spells at level 2, like thoughts, would I be able to teach someone that?
As long as they're in your spellbook, then yes. You can also do by mimicry as well. So remember that even if you didn't have a spellbook, so if you're like another caster, you could also go through mimicry, where you're just mimicking the spells. It's all wizards need to be able to write down the spell. So at this
Okay,
stage,
and I can offer a new type.
I will say probably just maybe one each, right? And then maybe at the end of the session we can go
Okay.
through. Yeah.
So you
So,
pick one out of those.
did you say that like a Vortex Bolt? Is that what you said you had?
I have Vortex Warp. I have Detect Thoughts for level 2. Um, then I have Cause Sphere and Catapult and Comprehend Languages for level 1.
Ooh, I want
Just out of
Comprehend.
curiosity,
have-
you guys have the gold to copy those over? No?
Well, I do. I don't know, but see, I want Comprehend Languages. That's my. And you can take Earth and
I'm fine
Grasp.
with that. And whenever I have the gold for it, I just wanted to look at your spellbook.
It's
Yeah.
50 gold per level to spell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a gold cost component, right? That's what I was saying. Just probably stage 1, and then we can get to maybe some other thing. I mean, at the end of the session, we can always talk about how much gold and working through some of the mechanics of that. So we're not taking too much time. So if you want to name one spell, right, that you're thinking of taking over, and you can deduct the gold from that.
But yeah, Comprehend Languages, that in.
Comprehend languages, okay. And then Othala, you wanted the Earthen Grasp.
Yeah, but I'm not taking it right now. I just wanted to take a peek at his spellbook, you know?
Okay. So I'll just put comprehend languages into your spellbook here then, Zell. If you want to go ahead and deduct the actual, that's a first level spell, so go ahead and deduct the gold pieces for that, and then
That is 50, correct?
yeah,
Okay, so
and yeah, but it's in your spellbook, so it's good. So on the boat here, the sail is going. Doesn't require any real skills necessarily. It's not like a full ship, and obviously Thea, you've been working on the ship as well as Ezekiel potentially watching and rigging and things. So definitely not any checks need to be made as you are setting sail for the bay. Given on the amount of wind that you've had and how much velocity you have currently, I'm guessing that maybe around in the morning, around maybe 10:30ish, 11 o'clock, so late morning, you will reach into the open space of the bay, of the Frostford Bay.
Okay. I want to be studying the map and looking over this rapier I was just given.
So I'm going to go ahead and put it into your inventory. This is a rapier +1. I'm going to go also name it the Captain Chi Lu Miao rapier +1. And I'll put it in equip. Seems just to seems to be slightly again enchanted. It's improved. There's some to it. It seems a family heirloom that's been passed down, and it's in your possession. So seems be quite nice. Studying the map in this way, the map itself doesn't have anything real particular unless you're looking at specific things, right? You're kind of able to scan about and get an idea of Arthuria and the size of it. It's a large continent in terms of where you come from. Temeria to Arthuria is significantly larger in its scale. It also has many other kind of ecosystems as well. Unlike Temeria only has like a couple of them, right? But there's as far as features of where you're headed, you're noticing that you're going into a large mountainous Arctic, kind of like a tundra terrain, right? So you're seeing the mountainscape and you're looking at the bluffs and things. And from the map, what you can gauge is this settlement, whatever's marked called Rhubark, might be a shelter, right? That's the next kind of place that you're thinking of here that is going to be reachable at this point.
Okay.
It's goddamn chilly up in here, I tell you what.
You're cold. I'll cast
Nice.
prestidigitation on his clothes. I'll just cast prestidigitation and make it warm.
Well, thank you kindly.
It only lasts for an hour, but I'm not pretty, so it'll work for right now.
I'll take what I can get.
Plenty of pelts and hides and things in the benches to bundle up. You're seeing also the other tenders of the other people. They have a couple of them have lanterns, maybe some torches lit. So you're seeing dots of lights now about from behind you as you're kind of leading the direction. And many of them, from the light you can see, are just kind of bundled up together and huddled as best as they can from the striker, from the actual people who are left alive. So as with that, if there's nothing else anybody wants to do, we can go ahead and advance it to the next day.
Actually, you know what? Since I was like looking back and I was kind of shivering, I noticed that Athala was still wounded. Can I cast Cure Wounds on him before we
Sure.
make dock?
If you'd like, go ahead and press T for target and click Cure Wounds. Follow, you should be fully healed. As Joe kind of reaches out towards you, touches the shoulder as your wounds begin to kind of seal themselves.
You looked like you needed a hand there, buddy. That was kind of a rough fight. Happy to help.
Yeah, teleported on a ship just to fight some shark beings. Yeah.
Hey, man, you helped save our bacon back there. A friend that kills enemies in my presence is a friend of mine.
Well, I'm glad to be one of your friends. You helped me
Absolutely.
out killing them all.
Can I take some water and use prestidigitation to make it taste and feel like a nice warm ale or something? Then just kind of start handing it out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Come on.
Seems like it fits the moment.
So how long have we been on the boat?
You've been on
Or
the boat.
possibly.
So just the boat you're currently on right now, this tender?
Yes, and projected how long are we going to stay on this boat? Looking to determine if we need to, or Rigor's going to prepare any kind of meal or anything.
So you're suspecting that you'll reach into like the open part of the bay, the Frostworn Bay, at about 11 o'clock tomorrow, based on what your velocity is. So you'll be going through the night at this rate, sailing. And you've gone the whole day, right? So you started off in the morning of this day, right? And so you've been sailing at this point. You've gotten to this point. So at any point you can start making food if you want, or fixing stuff up, because it's dinner time.
Yeah, because last meal we had was the porridge.
Have some
Did I
rations
manage
if you
to
like.
get any of that shark meat that I was trying to butcher earlier? We cook some of that if I have it.
If you want, you were able to, before the event happened and before kind of getting off, you were able to extract about 5 pounds of it.
Hell yeah. Let's have a nice little boat bonfire here.
I don't know how you know.
As you go to set the bonfire, I'll kind of like kick that out.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
saying.
No fires on the
boat.
Can we light the
Alright,
boat
no
on
more
fire and
fire.
cook us a fish?
Get the fire going on the boat. Gonna fire this up real good. No worries, all right? That's awesome.
I'll reach in my bag and pass out rations to anybody that needs any. They're just dried jerky, but
Okay.
I'll use my own rations.
I'm gonna wake up that shark mate because that sounds like it's gonna be tasty.
I mean, yeah, you did say I had about 5 pounds of it, so I mean, you can eat that sushi style. So I passed out some nice, freshly cut raw shark steaks. I said, "Hey, y'all, this ain't like pork inland. You can eat it raw. And it's delicious and
I'll
nutritious."
take out. No, I'll just take out a mess kit and cast Mage Hand and just carry the mess kit. So you can just cook it behind the boat, and I'll bring it back when it's done.
Shoot, that's even better.
Wow, that's a little
Much
ingenious.
obliged, my friend.
Way to think
We
about
gonna be
that
eating
one.
like kings tonight.
Yeah, it only weighs like a pound, so I'll just just put the sharks thing on top.
All right.
You want
So
to help
you-
out, Zell? Cast prestidigitation to light the fire while I hold it out with Mage Hand.
Of that, but something else I want to try is maybe. I was thinking of sending the owl ahead to see if there's any other ships or anything nearby that we could call out to.
Now, before you go cooking all your fish meat and everything, do any of you know how to properly cook or season a decent meal?
We can figure it out as we go.
I mean,
Yeah, just set up this thing. I'll cook it. You guys go relax.
I'm happy
Right,
to be
so-
taught how to increase my cooking skills here. As far as I'm concerned, like, raw meat is great. Raw meat and salt is even better. Raw meat, salt, plus anything else? Well, we having a good old time up in here.
Wait a minute. Can I take some of the ice and make it into shaved ice using prestidigitation?
No gun party! Yeah!
I'm gonna take the ice, use water, and prestidigitate it into syrup, and then make shaved ice.
Okay.
I'll take out my cook's utensils to move off to start preparing the fish meat.
you have a floating kitchen in front of you.
Apparently, we're eating this creature, shark-like creature here, cooking it up,
Yeah, dude, shark
making
gumbo.
it taste nice and yummy. I need from you a cook's check here, Regmore. You should have your cook's utensils, I believe.
Yeah, cook's utensils and proficient. How to do that?
Just click it from your inventory, or you should also see it in your hotbar under inventory as well. 21. So you do begin to cook and flavor the meat, making it taste, at least, it's going to taste good as far as it can. It seems to be quite rubbery and thick, but you're able to kind of make it into a palatable state. And imagine it might have some benefits to those who eat it.
Dirty Joe is happy as a clam. Ah, God, Regmore, what'd you put in this? This is the best thing I've had in the last 6 months.
Old family secret.
Well, fair enough, man. I understand how guild pleasure is coming in handy. But, man, I'm gonna be sticking by your side from now on, because that is goddamn delicious.
Zell quietly thinks to himself that our thing might just be eating everything we kill from now on. Like, this is what's gonna become. It's gonna be like, oh, look, T-Rex. I think you mean walking steak. I think.
Just in case, can I cast detect poison and disease on the food? I should have did this before we cooked it, but I just want to check it now.
That is a good precaution.
So the survival, so you detect poison disease. You don't detect anything off a particular meat based on the fact that Joe had a pretty successful survival check to clean it in a little bit of time, as well as high cook's utensils. The copperish blood would have been a problem, but that's all cleaned off and it's been washed and seems to be edible.
Is there such a thing as an ethics check to check if this is cannibalism?
That's up to you to decide, sir.
Morality check right there.
I cannot tell you how your character should act to this. I think you should feel that out yourself. Definitely, maybe making a call. You know, if we're gonna name this group anything, maybe we should start off with the cannibals.
I'm on board.
That's a bad deal. Let's not go down that road.
Steer away from that one.
So, my question is, who's eating it?
Well,
Not
Of
me.
course, I'm eating it.
I'm up for it.
I'll have
Much as I
some.
can get.
All right, so we got Thea, Zell, and Joe eating it,
And Othala.
and Othala eating it. Okay.
I will use Druidcraft to predict the next 24 hours of weather.
So from what you can tell, the weather is looking like it is going to snow in the next 24 hours. It doesn't seem to be a heavy snow, maybe a medium-sized snow. What you're getting from your Druidcraft is that the seasons are changing in this particular environment. Being this far north, there's really only 2 seasons. And that it's kind of a summer, spring, and then you have a winter. Winters are quite harsh. And that winter, from your check and seeing what you can from Druidcraft, that winter is fast approaching. For those who ate the food, you have 5 temporary hit points for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I feel good after that. That was some good victuals right there.
Hey. That was great. Good job, Regmore.
Yeah, it's mighty fine cooking, my friend.
It's what I used to do before coming here.
Hell yeah.
Why you
So-
quit cooking?
I've not quit cooking.
Well, before you got here, yeah, I don't think I understand the question then. If you never stopped cooking, what brought you here? That's what I should ask.
So the question does remain. That big fish guy that jumped off talking about the stone. Regmore will pull out his silver token. Does anyone else have anything similar?
I mean, when it comes down to it, who hasn't found a shiny rock in their time? I mean, I got a couple. I pull out my blackstone and say, like, I found this guy up on a ridge as I was hunting a herd of pigs, trying to get my family's bacon for the winter one time. It had a certain sparkle and a sheen to it, so I picked it up and put it in my pocket. I have it ever since. But, shiny rock is a shiny rock. What's so special about that?
I pull out my green gemstone and show it, saying I was given it as a gift. And yeah, while I was leaving for my trip, my family gave it to me as a gift, or at least was left with them.
Everybody has this
Pretty
song.
Does the rapier that I got from the captain, does that have gemstones in the hilt?
No, doesn't seem to have any gemstones in the hilt.
He's taking notes.
What, me? Yeah, I've been taking notes the whole time. Because I have
No.
horrible memory.
Michael was taking notes. I think we might have just done something.
Oh, no, I poured myself another drink.
Oh, okay.
Thought you might you didn't want to hear that on the mic, so. I muted
Well,
myself.
I'll like take it out of my pocket. When I teleported and when I sat down, I felt this in my pocket, and I'll show a white, like, egg-shaped stone. I don't know what this is all about.
A teleporting rock. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's teleported with me somehow. I never had it before. Um,
Can I do an Arcana check to see if there's anything magical about these things?
Go ahead.
Arcana.
So 9. I'm gonna do kind of a hybrid between a history check, just kind of seeing has anybody mentioned stones before and related to magic. Not really getting any history vibes off that. Arcana wise, there just doesn't seem to be anything magical apparent for the time.
I want to make a nature check just because, like, being a backwoods yokel nature boy.
You're like
Wanna see if I
like
pick up
lapidary,
anything.
right? It's like someone who studies gems.
Yeah. Sure,
Nature
see
check.
if I
Is this
detect
like a
anything
gem?
interesting
Yeah.
about this.
Sure. 3.
Nope, I'm just a backwoods boy. This is just a shiny rock.
Yeah.
I think. Can I try something? I'll cast detect magic then. Just cast detect magic and see if anything is resonating off of it.
Okay. So are you ritualizing it or just casting straight out?
It's the straight out one.
Okay.
Right.
To see super cool effects.
Ooh, that's shiny.
Detection.
Ooh,
Ooh, wow. Detect magic. So as you're detecting magic, you're finding that there is some magic with the rapier that they had just been provided. There also is magic inherited to each of the stones that has been presented that you're looking over. Particular school of magic is it's difficult to discern, as it feels as if you're reading all schools of magic.
Okay. I'll relay that to the group, saying that well, basically these are all giving off a magical essence, and you can't really tell what it is. So
Is it okay? Is it possible for me to do another Arcana check now that I have more information, or is that kind of is that road gone now that I've read that?
help him so he at least get a straight roll or something.
I mean, you can try to do another Arcana check, with help, right? You can get advantage on the Arcana check. It definitely would have to be, specific information based on what you're getting, right? It has to be a change on what you're receiving. So if you've been told that information, right? So what exactly are you attempting to use your Arcana for?
I'm trying to check what the magic does,
Okay,
or
so like,
at the bare minimum, if it can be tracked, like they're tracking us with them.
okay, so you're looking at, okay, so like almost like clairvoyance or divination, right? So you're saying something like tracking, or is there something? Sure, go ahead and roll Arcana with advantage. So hold down Alt and then click it. Sometimes it does get a little sticky, so the Alt might not come through. You can always just roll it twice. Double eights.
2
14.
eights.
Based on your information off of the essence, and there's some sort of magic inherent with these stones. You're looking for, based on your knowledge and your relation to divination magic, is there anything that would have any precursors to that? They're using these as maybe something like to detect you, right, for clairvoyance or whatnot. Nothing upon these stones has any markers that they would be for that purpose.
Can I do a history check to see if I recall information about chosen ones being mentioned or stones?
Go ahead and roll history.
Not bad.
21! Nice! So, based on your knowledge and your experience, particularly in Elyon, traversing some of the different libraries within the Temerian Republic, in their capital city, the Chosen Ones, has been noted on multiple occasions. There seems to be documents, almost like lore stories of their achievements, in that they are randomly come about in certain periods of time. They just refer to themselves as the chosen ones. Not in the same, and not in the way that the individuals call themselves chosen ones, but it seems as though it's almost like a log in a way, and whoever's writing about them refers to them as the chosen ones.
Were these periods of time where they magically popped up times of strife or
They seem as
upheaval?
though, from your history check, it's good enough, so you're kind of going through based on that volume of book that you've come across. It would seem is that they have done great achievements in times of chaos, when there has been things that have happened in the world, and they have caused trouble or problems. These individuals have came about.
I'm going to, upon recalling this, I have my hand over my pocket as I'm remembering this and looking at everybody.
You have a stone too?
Check. We'll see, like, kind of generally what the people that were hunting us were. Because now that we know that we're chosen ones or something, maybe we can figure out who would be hunting after us, like who would be looking for chosen ones, specifically with a dragon. I mean, I have to imagine elder great worms aren't that common. Elder great worms plus shark people plus looking for chosen ones. Maybe I can figure something out.
So, wait, just to clarify, have you shared this with the rest of us, or is this just like something that you're realizing right now?
I have not shared this.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, she had a stone. She's just clutching her pocket. That's why I'm asking. Like, do you have one as well?
Did you notice me clutching my pocket, or is my hand just
Mhm.
resting on my pocket? Like, I feel like that would be a perception check to determine.
I heard it. I heard it wrong. I thought you said that you were clutching your pocket.
No, I
Yeah,
just put my hand over it.
Just put the hand over. It hasn't revealed anything to you, and I don't think there's anything to go off of that would be able to
Yeah.
roll
I
a
wouldn't.
perception, unless you're trying to do an insight maybe. I would say that's more like an insight than if you're attempting to deceive. But there really has to be almost like precursors to even get a check. And I don't
Yeah. That's why I wouldn't roll because
Yeah.
I heard the word.
Yeah, there's nothing there, which I think is just miscommunication. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dirty Joe is just happily shoveling shark meat in his mouth. Nah, goddamn! One of these days, I'm gonna get this spice recipe from you. This is damn good.
Now just looking at my rock, trying to discern what this was all about. Zell, do you mind if I look at yours as well, or we could both look at these, try to discern a little bit more, study them.
I'm gonna keep one hand on it the whole time, but yeah, you can look at it.
Yeah, of course. If the tech magic is still going on, so Zell's looks the exact same, like the aura, the magical aura blending in. Is it all blending like a mixture? Everything is combining, or is it like all magics are coming from that one rock simultaneously together?
All coming from the rock outwards.
Okay. Yeah, there's not much I could go off on this. Maybe we have to find like a library of sorts, maybe something.
It doesn't matter for now. We need to get to shore, find shelter, find rest. Then we can figure out these stones.
I suppose you're right.
We'll take shifts for the night, rotating who's sailing. The rest of us should sleep.
I'll take first shift. That's fine.
I will.
Good. And then Ezekiel will immediately lean back and start sleeping.
Night and out, brother.
Yeah, I'm fine with taking the second shift, if that works. Okay.
Should we take shifts with 2 people awake at all times or just one?
You know,
Either
actually, yeah,
one's fine.
people to my best.
Yeah, two guys I think would be good. Um, I don't mind taking the first one with
I'll take
Joe.
second shift with Sal.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So you're taking second shift with Zell? All right. And then third shift, Regmore and Ezekiel. Sounds good. That sounds fine. Othal, are you in your studies? Are you still? I mean, during your watch, are you still focusing on your stone?
Um, yeah, I'm still looking around, but I'm more concentrating on the stars in this area. I'm assuming that the stars look a little different from what
They do.
I'm used to.
Yes, they're different stars, different positions. Nothing seems to be in place in what you're used to. They're differing in position and as well as timing of it all. Seems quite interesting.
I'll just be taking little notes.
Okay. Take notes. Sounds good. Second watch, please make perception checks.
Just my owl also make one. Just me.
Yes, master. Roll perception, please. Yep.
Oh, he says yes.
Okay, suddenly then I will roll a perception for there. I give them the character sheet.
So during your watch, you're seeing a couple shadows kind of appearing through the flows. They resemble that of dorsal fins, potentially sharks, just kind of moving between the flows and then dipping down. Nothing really potentially threatening to you. The creatures you face do not have dorsal fins. They do not actually have shark fins. And it kind of resembles maybe, hey, they're just sharks out in these waters, so just gotta be a little bit careful. But other than that, nothing particularly happens in the night. And everything goes as is. I'm gonna go ahead and take us off of this particular map, put us back onto the continent map. Let's advance to the next day. If you all want to go undergo long rest at this point, you can. You can do that from your character sheet. So at the top left, you should see a little bed on your character sheet. And then as you hover over that, you should be able to see a full hourglass. You could just click that.
Okay. Can I re-roll my
Yeah.
divination roll now?
It's a new day.
So
New day, long rest. 2d20s there. Okay, got an 8 and a 1. Awesome. So, as you undergo long rests in the boat, you begin to head in for the tender. The overcast of the sky and the freezing temperatures continue, even during the day as the morning approaches. And as you make your way into the bay, you're navigating through flows and bergs, and you're having to actually maneuver the ship at this point. And you get to see the large encompassing cliff sides ranging from 300 to 400 feet of this particular bay, covered in ice with shears of rock and other protrusions. It really does make sense why this bay is not listed on a potential place to bring a ship like the Striker in. You could never imagine bringing a ship of that size into here, let alone like a brigantine. Even that ship would be too large. So these small ships are able to do it. You're able to get through. At this point, you are steering off into the distance, looking upon the actual cliff faces and trying to find a potential way to scale this, getting up to what is noted on the map. And what you can see on the backside of the actual the cliff side of the towards the back on the northern end is a dock. There seems to be some protrusion on the actual water itself, and this rickety dock, and it's barely maybe 40 feet in width, and it's falling off at certain points. And above that, there seems to be indentations in the cliff, suggesting that someone has built a staircase out of the actual indentations into the ice and rock, as well as some extension of wood. and it looks quite treacherous as it's kind of scaling upwards. Anything above that, there's nothing else. As you look left and right, it seems like this is maybe whatever dock is here, and you all as tenders begin to go to the only thing that is there. As you make your land fall at this particular dock, you kind of go into it and bonk it a little bit and begin to throw the rope off to tie it down. The other tenders begin to kind of saddle up. You've been in the bay for quite some time. In fact, a few hours, even 4 or 5 hours through the night, right? And you've gotten in. So this is a whole process to this. Above you, you see shadows. So you're always continuing to look up, seeing the staircase and seeing what? You see shadows above there. And in moments, there's voices that begin to yell down towards you. Hello?
Reveal yourselves. I don't like no hidden ninny muggins.
Echoes
Who are
down.
you?
Again, great many hundred of feet above you. They would reveal themselves that they couldn't really, make that manage. So they're just kind of yelling down. We're from Rhubark. We saw your ships coming in. Are you okay?
Rock, and what does that have to do with me?
It's the village. We're from a village. It's called Rhubark. We never see
Yes,
boats in
says
the...
you. I mean, how do you know who we are? Why don't y'all go away?
Joe, shut up.
Joe.
That's a little rude. I mean...
We're sorry.
We don't know who these people are. We don't know why they're talking to us. Like,
We know they aren't
nobody else knows
sharks.
that we're here.
Can we see the physical location of where this voice is coming from
It's
at
above
this
you.
point?
Yeah, I mean you're down below, so theater of mind, right? So you're at the dock there. You're kind of getting off of the tender at this point, and you're looking almost vertical, right above you, and you're seeing the stairs, and you're seeing on top. The voice is coming from the top, and it's too far, and there's too much space of way the cliffside. So they haven't descended the stairs to greet you or meet you. They're just yelling from all the way up there, and it's echoing down with all of the ice and the water. It's able to reach this point, echo down towards you.
Can I yell up?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
how do we know that these people mean well? Why are they yelling down to us as soon as we arrive?
We don't, but why don't we get on and see what this village is, and then we can defend ourselves. We just, fought off these fish people. We survived a kraken and dragon attack.
If they were going to, be hostile, would they be giving away their position and not just throw rocks down on us?
If it means that they can lure us up into a more defensible position, yeah, sure.
Joe, what's
I
your
start walking
intelligence?
towards them.
Joe, what's your intelligence?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Good. Like, I feel like I'm like
Let me check. I'll check.
two menus behind here.
Yeah, your intelligence is 11. I'll probably say you're talking like the tactics and things. It would. I mean, as far as you go, I mean, I would probably say that you don't have enough to go off of that suggests they're a threat.
Okay. Well, if y'all say so. I mean, I'm naturally suspicious of folks I don't know just because of how I grew up, but if y'all think they're meaning well, all right, let's go talk to them.
I'm going to yell up hello, we mean you no harm. Our ship was attacked and we were stranded here. If you would kindly allow us to enter your town and seek shelter, that'd be great. Something.
Yeah. Of course. We'll be right down. We'll get more. The voices begin to fade off, and sure enough, there's a couple people, then more. 5, 6, 7 individuals begin to trek down the staircases. This long and intimidating thing through the ice, and kind of holding on to certain railings and roping that's been stashed and kind of through eyelets and penetrate into the rock face. And they get down towards you, 2 of which appear to be 2 halflings, twins. They look towards you with brown hair, hazel eyes, and fair complexions, and they're wearing really tattered clothing of rags and of brown, and they're muddied in the face, but they seem okay health-wise, and they're kind of bundled up together. One of them speaks. Hi, my name's Jim, and this is my twin brother Bob.
Hello, Jeb. Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all,
And-
y'all are covered in dirt just like I am. Nice to meet you.
Wow, we're miners. We're on break, and with some of the, we're out doing some gathering and just checking out some things, and we saw you fall from afar. We thought we might check, figure it all out. And there's a guard up there from the village who could all help you get off these boats, get you into the village. Been shipwrecked, huh? Oh, that's a bad deal.
Yes, the tides were very bad. Yeah, storms and stuff.
That's why they call it the Forgotten Sea. Ships go there to go forgotten.
Yes. Well, let's start going up the steps. Well, no reason to stay out here all day.
All right, yeah. I head on up. We'll help get all the boats on. Everyone, we're gonna help you get off. They start yelling out to the ships as they're all kind of coming in and hitting into the dock, and they're navigating and helping as best as they can.
All right, let's gather ourselves up and get up them steps.
All right.
So, as you get up the steps, obviously it's treacherous, but it's not anything that's not manageable, right? Taking your time and getting up them and navigating as you're going up and then tracing, you get on top of the bluff, right? So on top of the cliff side, and now you get to see the stretch of the bay, and you're looking down, and you really can't see too much of the dock itself, but more of the bay, and you're getting the large vastness and the scope of this particular place. This is intimidating. The mountains of the are large of the Frosthorn here. They span upwards of 15 to 17,000 feet in elevation, covered in ice and snow. They spiral in intimidating pillars of impenetrable areas. Upon this bluff, however, is a little bit of a refuge. It's a small mining village. I'm going to go ahead and activate this particular map. Also configure it so you can get onto this map whenever you'd like. This particular map here is the village map, and as you kind of go along an entrenched path out to the actual cliff sides, it's not actually a road, right? Just entrenched of snow and ice. It's been paled down over feet as well as maybe wagons, and it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes of travel of actually getting from the cliff sides to this village that sits on the bluff that protrudes out of the bay, out onto the bay. The particular village is filled with circular or squared off stone huts or hovels that have been taken of loose stone that have been put together. Some of them more refined than others. Straw thatched as they are, they have small chimneys that protrude upwards from the centers or the sides, and all of which are giving off smoke as of current, and it's filling the actual air and slightly sitting down and kind of choking as you kind of make your way in. There is a very interestingly, slightly higher up in elevation than the rest of the village, is a two-story manor made of stone, of perfect brick stone as it comes around, glazed metal, etched windows, and it just is an oddity in this particular place. As you make your way through the zigzag of different entrenched of dirt and snowed pathways, you cross by kind of a central area of this particular village, which has a few different traders with wagons. Many of these traders are more hunters, people that have gathered creatures, and they're selling the hides of those things, as the Frosthorn is well known for what hideous and vile creatures and monsters that it has. They're kind of offering the goods to some of the miners that are on break here, and they're giving little coin for maybe a trinket or two, or another hide or a pelt that they need to stay warm. And the center of this particular market area of the village is a blacksmith. There's 3 different individuals that are hammering away on 2 different forges and kiln, as well as quench tanks and assortment. But there's no weapons or armor in any of the buckets that they're filling in of this canopy that outstretches over top. It's really just mining equipment. They're either making it or repairing it. They're making reinforcements for wheels as well. Very crude in the smelting itself. There is a couple larger structures, all of which are single story, but they're definitely not stone hovels. They're still built out of stone, but they're not in the same in the way as everything else. One of them has a sign, Plur's General Store. Another one has another sign referred to as Kolva's lapidary, which is a fancy word for someone who studies gemstones and stones in general. The other kind of thing there from the twins that are almost leading you at this place, they're leading you towards the Frosteel Tavern, as the sign shows. It has kind of a mug that's off-tipped and it's spilling ale, and there's kind of a mountain behind it, and the etched of the wood is hanging off. Making your way through the village, before we get onto the actual tavern map, which you're being led to by these twins, as well as some of the actual passengers, is that most of the passengers are kind of spreading out through the village. Some of those that have helped them are almost negotiating potentially coin for room and board, right? Being like, hey, I'll offer if you can stay within my hovel if you pay some coin or whatever, and keep you warm in the cold temperatures. And so a lot of the passengers are almost diverging at this point, right, to go to the rest of the village and finding some place, some steadfast, as you are being navigated to the tavern. Everyone also seems a little bit in poverty, just based on passive. There's a level here of not much to do besides mine, right? It's a mining village. In fact, there's a road that leads out next to a large stables, and it seems to go up through a couple switchbacks to an area with many shadows and movement of wagons and horses and whatnot. And that's about 20 or so minutes away from the village to the north east. And that itself could be the mine entrance of what they're detailing. There's a couple structures up there as well. And as you get to the tavern, the twins, they kind of look towards you, and they kind of shake their heads. Well, this is the Frosty Ale Tavern. And tavern keeper Barlow Grick will keep you nice and warm. We got to get back to work. We were just on break. Are you all going to be okay?
You've already offered a lot of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you much, Jim and Bob. Yeah, we'll sleep easy tonight. Thank you for your hospitality, and y'all are happy mining.
Thank you. And welcome to Rhubark. They kind of begin to trot off, headed for the northern road, which is kind of a main road. It's cleared off as well as snow, revealing more dirt and rock. And that's when we're going to go ahead and get onto this next map, which is the tavern map itself, which is what you've been led to at this point. Slightly confused, right? You're getting yourself orientated as far as what's about. You get to this particular place. Now, from a glance, it's made purely out of stone, single-story stone and stone-tiled building. There's multiple chimneys spitting fresh smoke. The smell of meat and faint laughter kind of alludes you to the single stone door. It's covered in dwarvish runes, and that sits about 3 foot up from a stone staircase on like a foundation. Hence why there's so much snow, right? You got to lift the building up. It's decently sized as far as what you can tell. There's a little bit of a covered area to the western side, which has a large amount of wood, which you're able to look into. There's also a lot of tracks of wagons and stuff on the eastern side. There's another covered area. And again, there's just motions and laughter and other things. A few of the passengers are kind of behind you. Not going to put their tokens down onto the map, one of which is Kukmimi. No need to put those on unless we need to. And you all are here.
Do those dwarvish runes say?
The dwarvish runes upon the actual door here of the tavern, they signify, welcome friends, come in and join, drink and eat.
Well, shoot, I do love me some drinking and eating.
I think we should probably come up with a plan, and a tavern is as good as place as any to come up with one.
So as you make your way in, stone-tiled floors with long rectangular wooden tables and wooden benches for communal sitting and eating. The hearth about 15 feet from the front door is a mosaic stone pattern that is cooking a mountain goat carcass on a spit. A stone slab serves as a bar and sits in the back left corner of the room. Behind, a single stone door leads into a quaint kitchen. Adjacent to the kitchen is a covered area for wind cell engines, which again you have seen from the outside. There is a stone staircase on the south western corner of the structure and seems to descend. So the staircase goes down into the depths, into the darkness. Which, from the vibe, since you're not seeing any rooms or entrances into rooms or whatnot, could be that they have rooms below. Who knows? There is a particular dwarf who comes trotting up ferociously at you all. Is almost moving at a half speed here on the run. Comes through. It's a stocky mountain dwarf. Seems to have a fair complexion with dark green eyes. Long red braided hair goes down to the shoulders. A large bushy red beard fit for surviving the harsh winters of these mountains that sits upon the face. Brown cloth and wool tunic with black wool vest. Brown leather and fur trousers tuck into matching boots. Has these brown leather suspenders that hold up the pants, as well as many different purses around the waist. And usually has a stained white cloth apron that's currently off right now, and is leaning on the actual stone slab of the bar. Oh, welcome to the Frosty Ale Tavern. My name is Tavern Keeper Barlow Grick. It's nice to see new faces in here. Well, what will you have? I have ale. I have food. And I have something I call the Barlow Special.
Vibe check.
Roll vibe check. Already? All right, roll vibe check. What are you vibing for? Vibe away though. Go for it.
Yeah, the boss.
Oh, well, vibe away. Suspicious this group is, huh? Vibe check all the time.
Yeah.
Got Joe. Look at these people are gonna kill us. He got this person vibe checking the tavern. 10. So Zell, what you're this seems like a cheery, happy dwarf. It's super excited in this small mining village to have new faces and clientele, and it's just happy to serve you.
He seems too excited. Someone else do a vibe check, please.
Yeah, like how genuine is he? I'm also gonna do a vibe check.
Vibe check away. David's rolling the eyes.
Damn.
All right, we get another vibe check. This will be the last vibe check. I'm not gonna lie, another vibe check. 11 vibe check. It's a little bit better. You're getting the same information
One of my good
as
skills, guys.
you're getting the same information as Zell. Happy, cheery dwarf. Happy to serve.
A round of ale and food for the table. They can eat it if they want. They can drink it if they want.
Amen.
What is this
I
special?
saw a roasted ghost.
Oh yes,
Let's get some roasted goat and whatever the special was, plus that.
Oh yes, I'll get you some goat. It should be ready. And I got some pie and some bread, and I got some vegetables and Barlow Special. Oh, let me tell you, it is one of my fine delights. Family Grick is well known from Clan Alderfist to brew the greatest of ales, and I will get you a fine dwarvish stout there. For the whole table.
Dwarvish stout. Wee-wee! Get us helping of all of the above for every single person here on me.
If you're offering, I will accept.
I'll take it if you're paying.
Absolutely. My friends and I, we need some goat, we need some ale, we need some good desserts. We've been traveling a long time. Let's have a good old night up in here. Yoo-hoo!
It's 9 in the morning.
It is very early, but when in the mountains there, I gotta stay warm. I'll be right back. No problem. Striding away, goes into the kitchen.
I ask Othala to cast Detect Poison when the food comes back.
Okay, sure.
As a ritual, if you don't want to use it.
Othala, you don't have to if you don't want it, okay? But Zella's asking.
I kind of liked his vibe. He was a cool guy.
If you expect everybody's going to kill us, I mean, I get your apprehension. We just went through an ordeal, but
Yeah, but at the end of the day, a tavern owner is just like a tavern owner. Like, they're just looking
Pretty
to
sure he's just
sell us
happy to
beer and
have customers.
booze.
it's how he makes a living. If he goes around poisoning all of them, you know.
He's a level 20 just tavern owner. That's
I am
Like,
the
suspicious ones are the ones that like beckoning us up the stairs and whatnot. Like, this guy's just trying to sell us room and board.
He is that
Nice
he's
things,
really
too.
excited, and he almost feels too excited. You know what I mean?
I can't read you, Joe. You have really varying degrees of suspicion.
Uh-huh.
No one is that excited to see new customers.
Everybody's that excited
Yeah.
to see new customers. Haven't y'all seen, like, a happy owner of a good gun store? When somebody they haven't seen walks through the door and be like, hey, man, you want a new Roger 2020? These guys shoot buckshot like 30 feet in the air in front of you and take down anything in your sights. Hey!
I will say, Zell, from reading the room, so to aid into your conversation of what you can get, most of the people in here seem to be regulars. They're either mining folk or people associated with that event. They're wearing similar clothing to the twins had, cloth brown of tan and much of it dirty. They're wearing hides over the shoulders. You don't see anybody in here that would be of nobility or of merchant status. There's nobody in here that would allude that there would be like travelers or adventurers or anybody of that sort.
Even more suspicious.
All right, well, can't help after that one. Prologue returns. As he does. He seems to be carrying a bunch of pitchers of something in these metallic actual pitchers, and they're slightly rusted, and kind of slams them down to the table as he does. Oh, yeah, pitchers of Barlow Special. Yeah. Begins to hand them out to all of you. And then, oh, cups! Cups! Comes trotting away, comes back with a bunch of cups in the hands, and slaps them down. Begins to do the hand and grabs the pitchers and begins to pour into the metallic rusted cups for all of you, and begins to hand. And before disappearing to grab more food, stops and looks at you all.
He wants us to drink it. And he's
What is it? What does it smell like first?
So as you smell it, there's hints of chocolate and nuts, and it's quite a nice smell. However, the side of it seems to have some sort of white sludge foam on the top end of it. And you're able to move it and see that there's some black liquid underneath.
okay. I tell everyone to not drink it until I do, and I chug it.
Really? Okay.
Chug it. Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Is it poison?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But technically, alcohol is a poison.
Alcohol is poison.
So I guess you could get advantage if you really wanted to. But do you?
Because I have complete immunity to poison, so you know.
Exactly. You can't get drunk. No. This itself, there's no poison about it. You drink it. It tastes good. It's slightly thick. It's a high ABV, so there's high alcohol to this. And it just hits you like a freight train. But you're immune to poison, so you're able to sustain yourself. No worries. No worries. You're immune to poison. Don't worry about it, though. You kind of shake it off a little bit. You get the taste of it, the aroma. It's nice and inviting. And after drinking it, it makes sense. You are in temperatures that average around 20 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. It's cold. It's you got to stay warm somehow. And this is a thick dwarvish stout. That is what it's classified as.
You know what? I down it too after seeing that.
Ah, yeah. How do you like it? Is it good?
It's great.
Ah, yes. I'm so glad.
Can I drunkenly pinch his cheeks?
What's that?
Can I get like kind of drunkenly pinch his cheeks like a grandma?
You want to walk over and pinch Barlow's cheeks?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get your food now. Disappears in the kitchen.
Yeah, my
we
character
order on stage?
slouches, just like.
I'm going to sip at my drink.
Yeah, I rolled a medicine skill check just because, like, I was slightly suspicious when he looked back at us. So I thought, like, you know, I've had my experience with weird esoteric homebrews amongst my my other forest-dwelling folks.
Sure.
And, you know, everything came up clean, seemed like decent homebrew, so I went ahead and took a big old swag and said, like, hey, my friend, this is mighty fine delicious. Can I get another pour of this? And bring that over ASAP? I love it.
Comes back over with food, slaps down a bunch of metallic platters filled with slabs of mountain goat that was freshly carved. After coming over here, just different assortments of vegetables, like root vegetables that have been kind of braised or cooked down into some liqueur. Sets it down. There's some little bowls of like a glaze of some sort for the mountain goat. Yeah, refills it out of the pitchers on the table. So there's pitchers of this Barlow Special on the table and refills your cup for you. And Well, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Well, where did you all come from? I mean, we don't get many new folk around here, and you all seem like the strangest of sort. Except for that one. Points back at the hearth with the other dwarf.
Middle of nowhere, my friend. Don't you worry about it. But just so you know, this is the first example of fine victuals I've had in the last couple months. So I'm gonna eat as much as I can.
Yes.
Have a good on that.
Your heart's delight, please. Eat as much as you like.
I would like to ask the innkeeper if there's any. I mean, not innkeeper, tavern owner. I mean, does this double as an inn? Does double as an inn?
You haven't asked if there's rooms yet.
Okay, so first of all, I ask if it doubles as an inn, and also I'd like to ask if there's any merchants or other people from like other towns that visit that we could hitch ride with.
Ah, well. Yeah, to answer your first question, rooms. I have rooms. They're down below. Nobody in them currently, and there's not much accommodations, but they will keep you warm. And there's, help you out. If you need rooms, just let me know. And to answer your second question, well, if you're traders and other sorts, or most of them are making their way out now, considering we're going to be heading into winter in a couple of weeks. Back to about 2.5 weeks' time now. The pass is going to close up. Won't be able to get anybody in or out. And Rhubark Mining Company's got a few caravans sending out. Be a good time.
Yeah, I turn to the group and I say that, yeah, I think we should probably rest here for a bit, but afterwards we should leave quickly before it freezes over. I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel like being locked here for the next like 6 months.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just happy to have a hot meal. After
Yeah,
that, we can skedaddle wherever.
All right.
Cheers.
Well, I won't ask for you. Start a tab. I won't gather any corn yet. Let you all eat. Have a good time. I'm gonna go back in the kitchen. I got some stuff to do at any moment. People are gonna start hitting it. Runs away.
Right.
Thank you,
Regmore,
brother.
stop the barkeep.
You're gonna stop the barkeep?
Yep.
Urch.
Speak to him in Dwarven.
Oh, fellow dwarf. What clan are you from?
I'm Regmore of the Silverkin, Clan Hestrick.
Oh, you come from far away, don't you?
I've been on the boat, sailing over here, seen new lands.
Wait, boat? What do you mean, boat? Don't get boats into the Frostfall Bay.
Our boat was attacked
What?
by a dragon fish creatures.
What? Oh my goodness, I've survived. You survived the ordeal.
Most of the ship evacuated. The captain firsthand. Most of the crew stayed.
Well, I can't believe that happened. You're all safe now, though.
For the most part. Do you need a hand in the kitchen?
I mean, you're more welcome. I'm capable. Are you a good cook?
I've been trained in Freeberry for quite a time.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds exciting. I mean, you're more than welcome to help me out in the kitchen if you like. Got some swing shift folk heading in. Maybe some guard, too, if they make their appearance. Yep. Runs back in the kitchen. More than welcome to head back if you'd like, Regmore.
So do we want to do planning or do we kind of just want to drink?
Guess we could plan. I mean, we hear about the caravan. How long do we plan on being in this town? I guess we have a 2-week timeline.
My personal opinion is that we should get the gems checked out at that gem place nearby. Other than that, I personally think we should make sure we're well rested, well equipped, and then head out. I mean, I don't know about your goals, but my goals typically include saving people and killing dragons, or as strong as I can get. And so, yeah, staying in a frosty little town in the middle of nowhere isn't exactly on my bucket list.
Fair enough.
Does Zell look like he's ever killed a dragon?
Yeah,
Zell,
does he?
Hi. Zell, do you look like you've killed a dragon?
I look like I would say I killed a dragon.
Okay.
But I said as close as I could to it. Not that I would. Yes.
I think to answer your
Sure.
question, Ezekiel, based on appearance to Zell, I don't think there's much to state. I mean, you obviously have seen the capabilities of magic from your companion here, but enough to kill a dragon of that size and strength? No.
Well, if a dragon comes, we'll let you take the lead on the fight, and we'll back you up from afar.
Like that idea.
I was just using it as an example. I'm not so.
No, you're a dragon
No.
slayer. I get it.
You
I
are a
prefer-
mighty warrior.
I would much rather say that just wish to bring honor to my name, not necessarily through the form of killing a dragon. I was just an example of a strong creature that would, bring glory. But yes, a dragon. If I've gained enough strength to do it, of course I'd be willing to do it.
Depending on who brings down that dragon. I mean, I'll roll lots for you, as opposed to like who gets to keep the skull versus who gets the tail. I don't know. I mean, I imagine like there's a lot of good meat on that tail versus the skull. That'd make a real fine trophy. So
I do not care.
I could go either way.
I might need some proof that I killed it, but really any body part would do. I do not care for the skull.
Well, that's fine with me. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like I'm up here, I'm enjoying all this like mountain Alps kind of environment, and this is some kind of stuff I've never seen before in my homeland. But I don't want to post up here for the next 6 months, so we can move on as fast as we can. Like if y'all want to check out your shiny rocks and that weird magic shop thing y'all were talking about, seems like a bunch of bullshit to me. But hey, y'all, you do what you do. I'm ready to go whenever.
I will
Well,
before you go, I will reiterate just perception on the dragon. It seems to be the context here. So the dragon is 160 feet long, with a wingspan of easily over 200 feet. It was a massive beast. It was larger than your ship that you were on. So, just to clarify a little bit of what you were seeing. That helps. Go for it.
well, either way, I think
Might
we'll
as
need
well.
supplies for the journey, and I don't know about you all, but I'm not overly flush. So perhaps we can find some work here while waiting for one of those caravans. And resupply and reset ourselves. Do the research that you are interested in doing, and then head out together. I think we're stronger in numbers, but I guess each is free to go about their own way.
Earlier you mentioned that there were strong creatures up in these areas. Would we be able to find work, like some kind of bounty on one of them?
Potentially, there could be work that is here. Tough to say. There's not a bounty board that's been posted. You haven't seen anything like that. You might have to figure out if there's some sort of governing figure or potentially some thing in power. The village is a mining village, suggesting that there might be some sort of company that runs or a governing body. Who knows? Figure out.
Perhaps the barkeep might know.
Yeah. That's,
Yes, that seems likely. I mean, people come here to drink and drunk people tell stories.
Wait, guys, are we actually like lacking in any supplies and or gold whatsoever? Because we all
We can
came off of that ship. We were only on the open water for about a day. Now we're up here like having a hot meal. It's like,
Yeah, and
is
we
there anything that we're actually needing for, or can we just move on?
I would say gold is the only thing I'm worried about, but as a whole, like rations wise, I don't believe so.
Well, I mean, we're up here in the north. It'd be a cold walk, even though it's not winter.
It'd probably be better to wait for the caravan. Travel higher numbers.
Maybe we could even get the caravan to hire us as guards. We can make it
Exactly.
that way.
There's an idea. But
Mhm.
again,
So
that's
that would
waiting
be
like,
before the
what was it,
ship.
like 6 weeks or something?
No, that's within the next 2 weeks,
Oh,
Cool.
sorry.
and it's any time within those 2 weeks.
Yeah, so they said there's multiple caravans being sent out before the change to winter, which is 2.5, right? Weeks. So it's 3 weeks, we'll call it. And the transition is simply because they got to get the caravans out based on the temperature difference. The weather's going to change. It's going to make it too difficult to move the wagons through. We get into. Go for it.
Are we in a quicker rush than that? I'd rather survive the journey.
Agree.
I mean, yeah, surviving's better than starving to death, so sure.
So what about? I mean, this seems like the general way the group is going. So I propose the plan. We visit the gem person or gem shop today or tomorrow, whenever they're next open. Then try and get hired as guards, or worst case scenario, maybe pay the company that's coming up here, like the merchant company, to let us go with them. And then we find somewhere more suitable to make before we decide what we're going to do going forward. Also,
I'm not
yeah.
sure we need to pay them, but it's always more suitable for everybody to share the road. You're
More like getting
less likely
paid
to be attacked by
by-
bandits.
Also, when we were talking to the gem merchant, did you say detect thoughts? Or did
What now?
Othala, did you say detect thoughts as one of your spells?
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're talking to the merchant, if you could use that on him to make sure they don't try and hide anything from us, that'd be great.
I kind of was already. I was planning it. Definitely was.
Because if these are truly valuable, they might try and buy them from us for
Mhm.
a price or
Mhm.
something.
Do be mindful about using magic on people. We just came into a city that has offered us hospitality.
I can also shift time a little bit. It might work in my favor. It might not, but I could try it. It might help.
I mean, yes, I can use my divination magic to make sure that that's the worst case scenario. They should, if we need to deceive them, so it looks like we're not casting magic. I can make it so they don't detect it.
Okay, cool.
I
I
can
did,
also pretty reliably tell if people are lying.
yeah, okay. So the gem merchant isn't gonna be able to get past us. Let's go talk to him and
Or inquisitive.
Wait.
Yeah.
Right. Before we go back, perhaps using skill to determine if somebody's lying or not, rather than casting magic on somebody else's mind, might be more beneficial at this moment.
I'll go with whoever's going to the
well, the thing
gem.
is, that magic is a lot more broad. It lets us tell anything that they're thinking. The skill can detect lying, but the magic can
So-
also detect truths.
So casting magic, even though it's detect thoughts, is inherently a combative action. So when you're detect thoughts, it's you're penetrating into someone's mind. Even though you're skimming through the thoughts, it's still a hostile. It can be taken as a hostile action if the person that you're doing it to recognizes it. Whereas a skill check is done something. It's indirect, right? You're getting off information with, but it's being sent forward to you, and you're not taking that action as hostility towards them. You're just reading it, right? So there is a urge of caution to some of those spells. It's similar to like a charm person, right? So if you charm somebody, in the moment, if you successfully charmed, of course, they're your friend, they're happy-go-lucky, they're chilling out, they're like a state of euphoria. But afterwards, they might find out they were charmed, right? That classifies as like a hostile action. So just forewarning of caution, right?
Okay, well, I have a question for that. Just a follow up. Just because of what Detect Thoughts does say, it says when you cast it, you initially learn the surface thoughts, but as an action, you can pry. Is the prying the attack, or is it the entire spell? Because there's
No,
no save.
yeah, no, and so if that's what it depends. It depends because if the person recognizes that it's happening, there's a difference. So it's not necessarily that you're taking the action to pry further, or if you're just indirectly, I'm skimming because I casted the spell. It's about if the person that is involved with that spell figures it out, right? A person that if they're deceiving or lying and you're inciting to that to figure out if they're lying, they're not going to figure out that that they're lying unless you tell them that, right? But if you're using a magical effect, an actual spell, where you're probing outwards, I'm not saying that this lapidary, whoever it is, has any sort of talents to be able to detect that they're being probed like that. But just know that that is something that can happen. That's what I'm saying.
More so to the point, I just be careful that don't cast spells on people that you're not prepared to fight, because it might lean that way.
I think we can probably properly hide it. I think we can make a Slay never find out we cast a spell. In the worst case scenario, it's a locked room with a gem merchant. I think we could probably overpower them and make the body disappear before anyone notices anything.
But
I'd rather
like I
not.
said, I'll go with you. And use my skills to determine if he's lying or being deceitful in any way while we're talking to them before we cast any magic.
Just another thing I should mention: if the gem merchant does die, those gems just gonna be lying around with no owner, and we're gonna be there at the same time. So it's a win-win, is what I'm saying.
And also, we're in a town where we just showed up, and this gem merchant is probably also investigating and appraising things that they're pulling out of the mine, so they will be missed.
They
Yes.
have a life.
But will they figure out
I
who did
agree.
Zell, what is your alignment?
it? Lawful neutral?
So, the lawful side, obviously, neutrality allows you to dance between, but the lawful side of that, some of the things about, they're alone, and I mean, it's against the law, right? Even in a different world that you're continent you're currently in. So,
He has a
that-
very Is it okay if I say he has a complicated relationship with lawfulness? Because in certain areas he's very lawful, and others he's not. He has a very
I mean, alignment is just helping you roleplay your character. I'm just kind of giving you the information as far as what lawful kind of stands for in that sense, courtesy of what you're role playing, right? So if you're a lawful alignment and you're role playing in a kind of a chaotic nature, which is what you're doing, so I'm just stating that.
So to get this straight, your intention is to manipulate somebody's mind, and if you get caught, to murder your way out of it, and then cover up that murder. And a town that we just had hospitality after we just lost a bunch of our allies, and we have no means of survival at the moment.
I'm saying worst case scenario, like everything goes bad. It's an option.
Good luck with that. I'll stay here.
Yeah, let's go with Plan A and have Thea just detective their lying by her inquisitive abilities. Let's just do that.
I mean, it sounds like powerful magic, and I think in the right circumstances, if we're interrogating somebody we would capture, sure, but he's a merchant.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And if the merchant has nothing to hide, nothing went wrong.
I don't like you.
I love the smell of torture.
All right.
in the
Well,
morning.
I think on that bombshell, it's a good time to end it because we're after our time period. We've been 15 after. Because Anna, you're having issues, so we'll go longer. Make sure everyone gets the appropriate time. On that bombshell, we will go ahead and close out the session.
Nice.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and calculate some experience. In the meantime, if anybody of you have any questions at all on anything that's transpired, go ahead and ask.
Yo, a freaking ancient dragon just popped out of a demon cloud.
I believe it's an elder great worm. Which is
My visual is so crazy. Kraken and a dragon at the same time.
face.
We don't have to worry. Zell's got it.
Is that-
Zell's got it. How old is Zell again? How old?
And he's gonna like shove me into it. It's like, you got this, man.
How
First
old
big
is Zell?
dragon we come up to, I'm going to push you in front.
I feel like Zell is like a very like young, inexperienced kind
Zell
of
looks like
like
he's like 16 in this picture, so
yeah.
We're playing him. He's a young, inexperienced son of a rich merchant family. Same name.
Oh, okay. Things make sense now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jay does know catapult.
Something about catapults. What?
A person, I believe.
I
Or-
think you're saying that we should catapult me into the dragon.
I will gladly catapult you into a dragon. That sounds like fun.
I can get behind that.
You know
Group
what?
vote?
If we can kill it, sure. That sounds like a fun way to kill
I
it.
can detect its thoughts while
Can
you're
I
getting
use
catapulted.
Zell as my improvised weapon and get sneak attack damage?
Hell yeah! And then we
The
can
question is,
afterwards.
can Athela? Can you
Yeah.
detect the thoughts of Zell as they're being catapulted towards the dragon?
Both at the same time.
Oh, that's
I mean, to add insult to injury, I do carry a lot of spices. We can make them delicious.
Oh my.
Mm.
We're the cannibals. This is what this group is going to be called.
Hell yeah!
All right, so we have 1,133 experience each. That should put you at 2,033 experience total. So you're well on your way here to level 4. In fact, almost there, with less than 700 there. I will give some information just on this particular world. Obviously, this is a homebrew, and this was wrote before like Fizbins and other things. So, what is like a great elder worm? What does that mean? And there really wasn't anything as far as lore in terms of like how dragons grew and developed and became. And so in this particular world, dragons kind of have a limitless growth to them. And so this, in terms of age and size, would note this dragon to have lived hundreds upon hundreds of years. In fact, even upwards of 1,000. And so by stating that it's an elder worm or a great elder worm just signifies that age in term as well as its size, right? Just simply because ancient dragons, they are significantly less in size than that in terms of just D&D rules, right? So kind of giving you a little bit of information there just to kind of help you out with what you were seeing.
So you're saying next session we can take it?
I think next session it's definitely plausible. It's looking pretty good. I'm gonna give it a good solid 0.012% chance. I think that's a good number.
But Zell has levitate. But Zell has levitate.
It's true.
You know what? We could technically
True.
levitate it.
Maybe Reg can cook him a meal and just convince him to leave.
Or
Food
you can
poison is-
roll a nat, or you can roll a nat 20.
When it comes down to it, limitless growth just means limitless meat.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but
All
my
right.
character, the way he views lawfulness is more entirely about how much he agreed to be there. So, like, if he enters a town willingly, he'll obey the laws. But, if he crash lands there, he doesn't really care. He's like, I didn't really come here willingly, so there's no reason they should apply their laws to me. That's kind of his.
I mean,
I'm a
that,
dirty Joe.
that's up to
I just
you.
want to go
I mean,
up,
that's
shoot stuff, and eat stuff.
up
Yeah.
to your interpretation, I suppose.
He doesn't necessarily want to kill him. He's just saying that worst case scenario, if the detect thoughts goes wrong and he somehow figures out that they were doing it, they can't.
Sure. I think Ezekiel's point is you don't have to premeditate the murder of a shopkeeper, until you have like just cause.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
if you have like quasi Sherlock Holmes with you. Hi guys.
I know. Yeah, you have enough party. I think you
Yeah,
have
that's
members
even
with
better.
good skills. I think both Ezekiel
I think
and
both.
Like I have ear for deceit. If I roll lower than if I roll a 7 or lower, it counts as an 8.
I also have
And I-
advantage on insight
I have a
checks.
+8 already, so I have a 16 from the get on insight checks.
yeah, between
Save some meat for me.
I guess thought it would be safer to use magic plus all of those because these are like the main items that seem to be super important to the campaign. We should probably make sure we have all the info about them as possible and not miss anything. So I figured adding some magic.
Sure, but this is also, a guy, even if he's a gem expert in the mining town in the north part of the world, the likelihood that he, has deep hidden lore that he's trying to keep secret in this cabal of, about these artifacts is very low. And I think the risk the risk outweighs the reward.
Yeah.
If you're not going to go out and use overt magic.
But
If
then
it was
again,
a major
Red does know.
city, I'd be more concerned.
We can always bribe.
Before we continue the conversation, I'm going to close out the stream. If you're watching it, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We'll be back next week on Saturdays at 4. And thank you so much for watching session 1. And yeah, group 6.
Group 6.
Group 6. Woo!
We were still watching.
We survived.